welcome everybody to the Onward VR Master League Season 11 semifinals pre-show. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joined by a wide array of casters on the desk today to join me on this pre-show exploration, if you will. And we'll start off. Kesney, how are you doing today?
It's excellent. You can't complain, whenever we're coming in here and playing for the big kid.
Oh yeah, it is the road to the championship, just a day away, really. Tomorrow's going to be ultra hype. Wookie, how are you doing today?
I'm doing quite well, actually. Thank you for having me here tonight.
Oh yeah, super hype for the action. And Sky, we'll be seeing you for the second half of the action. How are you doing?
Oh, I am doing great, as always, getting the hype up for this great matchup coming up here.
Yeah. There is a lot to talk about today, but first I do want to touch up on the road that got us here. The Season 11 championship with 14,000 USD on the line, over 10,000 in cash. That gets distributed 5,000 to our first place team. That comes from our sponsors, Downpour Interactive, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, and VRML. All of them coming together to get us to that $10,000 in cash. And yeah, that gets split all the way down to the fourth place team. Second place gets 3,200. Third place gets 1,600. Fourth place gets 900. On top of that, there's a bunch of swag as well. For first place, there's HyperX Cloud MIX headsets, there's the VR cover kits, there's the B Haptics TaxSuit X40 and TaxSuit X16, and the personalized Arma jerseys. There is a lot on the line here to compete for, and I think it's the first time we've ever had fourth place in on the prizing. So technically all of these teams that are playing today are in on the money, so to speak. And it's been a long road that's gotten us here. If you look at the start of it, it was the Challenger Cup just a few weekends ago, and honestly, one of the most exciting Challenger Cups I've gotten to watch. We have Etch, who is part of Kai, who actually won our Challenger Cup final on the line. And Etch, I kind of want to get your thoughts on that slog of going through the Challenger Cup, winning it, and then eventually getting to round robin.
Oh man, it is just a mental fight to play through, 5-6 teams. We played in that Sunday bracket that was so intense. I mean, all of them, I think number 8 through number 20 were all playing in there. There were so many contenders, like every single map counted. It was no easy fight, and it was tough to see some of those teams go home. I know a lot of them were hoping on, winning, and they couldn't because it was so tight. And then, of course, the finals for that, and then round robin is a whole nother beast of itself. But yeah, it's definitely a long road, and these teams are going to have to bring their mental fortitude today.
Yeah, it is a bit less of a taxing day today for some of these teams, right? I mean, the format now goes from what was single map elimination and then double around 2 maps with round robin. We now are into a normal best of 3. And when I say normal, I mean normal. I think one of the things we really got to talk about here is the fact that we no longer have custom maps in the map pool. A recent bug was introduced that prevented custom maps from being played on all builds. And so Shipyard, Sand, and USS Quest are off the table. And Kesney, I'll start with you. How do you think this impacts some of these teams?
So I think from kind of an overall basis, I mean, they're very well established teams throughout this whole process here, so they're more comfortable on some of the more traditional maps. However, right. I mean, Quest I think is the alternative to what is Cargo. We recently saw it was Raptors did really great against that whenever they were playing Mayhem. Yep. I believe Peacekeepers are very strong on a couple of those custom maps as well. Right. I think going back to the traditional map pool could be very impactful for some teams, and some teams it may actually play to their advantage.
Yeah, it is a big switch up, and I mean, we talk about things changing in this season 11 in particular with that rotating map pool over the course of the regular season. Some shifts up with smokes being reintroduced. I mean, Wookie. Again, how do you think this custom maps being out of the map pool is going to impact these teams? I want to get your thoughts.
Yeah, that's a great question, Knight. I think this is going to be quite a curveball thrown at these teams this weekend. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate. It's just a technical issue holding this whole situation back. So due to that technical issue, there will be no custom matches, and that's going to affect teams like Peacekeepers that are super reliant on Shipyard and USS Quest to get the job done. they're not as well versed on those classic maps that we're so used to seeing, these veteran teams like Mayhem and the older guys, beginners and Vikings. So definitely going to be a situation where the more veteran teams will have an upper hand, I think, going into this.
Right.
And not only just because of the maps, but this is not, this is like what, their 10th rodeo in this event. So
yeah,
beginners have been here since day one. This is just another championship for the likes of them.
Yeah, and on the other end of that spectrum, we have Raptors, right? They are new since season 10, I believe, and that makes them the youngest team that's in this semifinals right now. They're also the only NA team. And Sky, I kind of want to get your thoughts on Raptors working their way up here. I mean, they had they did very well in the regular season. They were a strong team throughout the course of the 15-week regular season.
So watching Raptors grow from season 10, the same season even that I came in, it was just, it was astounding seeing how fast their team grew, how much they practiced, how much information they just soaked up from all the veterans, and climbing their way up into Diamond their very first season, and almost making it through the Challenger Cup, I believe. I think it was just a technical error or clerical error that kept them from getting through last season.
Right.
And then now they come in this season, and they didn't even need to fight the Challenger Cup. They fought their way into Master, kept their seat, and maintained position in order to be here on their own.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the round robin. We got a bunch of clips to look at. We're not there yet. Before we get there, I do want to get, Kesnai, your thoughts on just the overall progression of that Raptors team as well. I mean, we saw them come up in NA, and we've seen a lot of new teams come in this season. This season and last season. Strive Gaming comes to mind. They played pretty well in the Challenger Cup. Kai, not exactly a new team, but not an old one either. There is a lot of squads that have been joining and really progressing leaps and bounds. Do you know what the reasoning is for that, or is it just, what's the deal here with some of these teams?
Yeah, so I think that you have a couple of pieces working in Raptors' favor here. One of them is really their diligence to their work ethic, and it's a call out to, I mean, they are practicing 2-3 times a week. They're playing, a scrim and then also the challenge match, and they have put in work over the last 2 seasons, and I mean, it is a constant thing for them to be kind of at that grindstone as they transition from what was previously, V3 or Velociraptors into Raptors that they are today.
Right.
And really, I think that it's, mostly out to their hard work and, spot. I mean, they definitely have moments throughout it where they have, gone through stumbles and whatnot, but the best part is they learn from them, and that they try not to ever repeat those in future matches. And you just keep building on that, and that's what carries into, and that's something that really, if you look at Raptors, Peacekeepers, you look at Vikings and beginners, it is their learning process and the lack of mistakes that puts them in the Master League that they're in.
Yeah, very few mistakes coming through. Although, if you do think, I would honestly say with our round robin, I think that was some of the most back and forth round robin stages I've ever seen. I mean, truly, 1-1 maps going at the start of these matches, and I want to get into our highlight reel here today and start talking about some of these clips, because there is a handful that are really exciting. Obviously, the big one being this first play that comes through here today. It is that cap that comes in from the Raptors side, and Wookie, I want to get your thoughts on how Raptors played at the start of this group stage, or at the start of this round robin.
Raptors just came in guns blazing, but they also were going for caps, which was really interesting. In the past, we've seen teams not be too concerned about getting caps under the belts, but this season's so different. It's kind of crazy. Raptors coming out with the cap right off the beginning, like 2, almost 3 members on objective, just ready to cap. They busted through that defensive hole, and the whole team was just there to cap, which is kind of unseen at this level.
Yeah, I agree. It's incredibly impressive. To the other side of that, though, you do have the play where Milkman crouches up into the ravine and works his way up to that objective and punches in the code as he dies. And so the Raptors, I think, Kez, now you said it, I mean, they play well, but there are holes. There are some mistakes that come through. Not often, to their point at this tier, but it does happen.
Exactly right. But their willingness to learn from it and continue forward. And if really you never make mistakes, then your play is going to become very static at the same time. And when you're static, you're predictable, and therefore can be predicted where you are in B. So to their credit, that's a huge win for them as well, as much as this times where it happens, it can hurt.
Yeah, I mean, talk about being predictable. I think one thing I liked about Raptors is that they are reading their enemy. You know, one of the plays that I liked most was this Ember play where the smokes came in on offense, and they stayed back and just let Ember come to them. They knew Ember plays aggressive, and we're going to throw this strat out and dupe them, and it gets them 2 kills to 1. It starts them off in a very good position. And Sky, again, the Raptors, I think, are just playing on almost a different level here in this group, or at least in this in the group stage they were.
Oh, 100%. Like I touched up on earlier, the Raptors have a really good habit of just soaking up information. Once they realize something, they can adapt to it, they can change things, and that's what's gotten them to this level, and that's how they've held their seat this high for this season.
Yeah, they have played some very good matchups. They play well on Downfall. Wookie, we've talked about their strengths in this before we got into this pre-show. Downfall being one of them, and I mean they're not afraid to get aggressive. Rypick was a standout shooter for Raptors, and he constantly found a ton of crazy trades. Yeah,
you know, like it's insane. And you know, to that point earlier, we were talking about how Raptors were a new team. But what situated them in a unique way in this instance, with those custom maps being unavailable, is that Raptors are quite excellent at the classic maps found in Onward.
Yeah.
And their strategies don't revolve too heavily on utilizing that fresh map knowledge against, you know, and leveraging that against teams that are also new to those maps, versus playing these classic maps that teams have had years to just perfect. So it'll be really interesting. And speaking of classic maps, you know, back to the Raptors on quarantine for a moment, it's crazy how close they came to the situation where it was also a cap back against Raptors on that thing, and they had full coverage up too. So it'll be interesting to see how those defensive holes are discovered, and it all comes down to accurate kill count and just good teamwork.
Got to move on to beginners. Obviously, another team that we'll be watching today. They are the second matchup up against Vikings. They played a tough start to their series. I mean, this isn't the beginners that we've come to know, right? Raptors played strong in their group. They did lose a map, I think, but they played very well. Beginners lost 2 maps over the course of this group stage, and I think it's the most we've seen them lose. Kai came out swinging. They got huge points up against this beginners team at the start of this Downfall map, and they nearly did lose it still. Beginners are just not a team that lets up, right? I mean, Ken's like, when you look at this squad, they are just ruthless.
Yeah, you go through any one of them on there, and I mean, they're just good. I mean, Killinger being the lead there with Woods on his side. I mean, it's just they are an established championship team. That's what they are, and they spend that time in there, and they've had that time in the saddle in order to establish that legacy.
Yeah, they nearly come back from that Kai initial loss, can't quite do it, and from there they just start winning rounds, right? They beat out Dead Logic, they go up against Peacekeepers, and they do have a tough time. That's where their second map loss comes in. And so if we're looking to the future with potential matchups, you know, are we going to get Raptors Vikings again? Are we going to get beginners Peacekeepers? Beginners were going for caps in this group stage, Wookie. That's something we very rarely see from this beginners team. They tended to go for kills, but they secured several caps in the group stage last weekend.
And I think it just comes back to solid teamwork, which we all know beginners have excellent teamwork. They use the comms, and they have good kill count systems in place. And so when you have an objective like Kia and you see this opportunity to go for a cap, if you're beginners, you're going for it.
Yeah.
I don't care like how many kills you think you have. If you guys have like 4 or 3 players up and you're like, oh, there's a giant hole in the defense, let's just go for a cap and see what happens, then it's really hard to resist.
Yeah, and to that point, though, Peacekeepers are not afraid also to go for cap. I mean, again, one thing we really saw a lot of is caps that I don't know what got into the water, Sky, but the caps were just flying through. Crazy plays, virus flying across there. I mean, do you think it's the pressure that starts to get to some of these players? I guess I'll ask Etch too, but Sky, I want to get your thoughts first.
So I really think part of it was the format of how, like, just the format of the rounds. I think needing those 2 points was much more key than a standard league match. And I think part of it might have been people were just ready to be done with it, considering how long it might have felt. And I don't know. Maybe they felt more confident in themselves coming into these higher tier matches.
I mean, Ash, you played in it. You know, what is the mindset here? Is it because it's the 2-map format, or is, what was the desire to go for these caps?
So I think for me personally, especially in the Challenger Cup 1-map format, caps change the whole map. It's so hard to recover from it. And I think going to the round robin, I think it's a trend we've seen this season. Smokes being back has aided a lot of the caps. There have been slight meta shifts. I think people in general have become faster cappers as the recognition of how powerful those 2 points can be. And not only that, I think you have just increased skill in offenses across the board to get the picks, find the hole, and then attack the holes to go for the cap. Because a lot of times if the defense isn't adjusting, going for a cap is more probable than taking out all the defenders as long as you know your reads. So I think we're just seeing a lot more skill across the board that's leading to some of these offensive caps here.
I cannot wait to get in to this Challenger Cup, or to this semifinals. Sorry, that's where we are headed now. And I think now is a good time to sort of gauge everyone's thoughts on who we think is going to play well here, who we think is going to come out on top. A kind of reminder of the format. This is single elimination. We have beginners and Raptors and Peacekeepers up first.
Yeah.
The loser of that and the loser of our second match, beginners and Vikings, will play tomorrow for third place. You are out of the running for first or second. The winners move on to the finals. The finals is a best of 5 format. And so that's where things will get real interesting. There's all kinds of meta discussion to be had there. We'll definitely be diving into that in our finals pre-show. But that is tomorrow, and we have to look forward there already. So, with what we've talked about here today, who do we think is going to be winning these matchups today? And I'll start with Kesna. You're right here, so you have to go to you first. What are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to be our winners?
So I think coming out of the first match, it's a fascinating matchup because we have Raptors and Peacekeepers right out the gate. They've played each other twice this season. So early on in the season, you had Raptors, Peacekeepers. Peacekeepers came away with a solid win there, came back around into the late of the season, and it was it was actually the polar opposite of the score. And so I think they both have something to really answer for throughout the season, and it's the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But Raptors has this huge momentum going on right now that is also really it's going to be a really phenomenal game. I think it lends itself to Raptors coming away with a W, but it's going to be a nail biter all the way through and through, at least in that particular matchup. I think on the other side, you got Vikings and beginners. I feel like beginners just having the seasoned experience within this place may give them the upper hand, but both teams are playing phenomenally well, and I think that'll also be a really close nail biter as well.
Yeah, we didn't have a ton of replays there from the Vikings or Peacekeepers matchups in that highlight reel, but we didn't talk much about them. But they are also incredibly strong teams here in this group stage. Vikings played very well in that Group B. I mean, they were dominating their way through. They beat. I mean, they were going up against teams like Boss Fight and Raptors, and they gave Raptors a true test in that best of. That final matchup that they had. And so I don't know. I think correct me if I'm wrong, someone has to dig into the stats. I think Vikings got close to beating beginners or beat beginners in the regular season, or is it a different team I'm thinking of?
It was close. It was 8-11. It's back in July. And it was a very close match there.
Yeah, so they've been challenging beginners just like a lot of the other teams have that we historically have not seen. So I'm looking. You got to be looking at that team, and obviously Peacekeepers. They've just been around so long. You know, they're almost. I think season 6 is when they have been around. I mean, Wookie, before I get your thoughts on where we're headed, what are your opinions on this Peacekeepers squad that's going to be going up against Raptors today?
You know, it's going to be a tough battle because Raptors, as I alluded to, are, I think, more well versed in the classical map, which are the only map options today on the table. So I think Raptors will come out on top here against Peacekeepers, and I think ultimately we're going to see a Raptors versus, I want to say, Vikings at the very end.
Wow. Okay, not even having beginners in the mix. An interesting prediction there. Sky.
It will be interesting.
You're last up, and you know, give me your thoughts on the Peacekeepers squad going up against Raptors, and then Vikings and beginners.
So Peacekeepers versus Raptors. I've got to agree with Wookie a little bit here in that without these custom maps that Peacekeepers have kind of relied on to really throw off their enemy teams, it's going to be tough as Raptors, again, looking so strong on these classic maps. And I think it's going to come down to Raptors are a bit more careful and a bit more methodical than Peacekeepers are, so it's going to come down to can Peacekeepers exploit that and punch holes into the defenses for those caps that we saw in the round robins and challengers. As far as Vikings and beginners, I have to give it to beginners. If Vikings are looking so strong, but again, beginners, they've been here over and over, season after season. They have that experience playing with this pressure. I think Vikings are going to get just a little too antsy, and I think beginners are going to shut that down.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little I'm getting the nerves going right now as I think about these matchups. We are just 7 minutes away from the start of our first series of Raptors versus Peacekeepers. Etch, I think we still have you as a pie in the sky. What are your thoughts on this as well? I got to rope you into. You're not off the hook.
Well, look, I'm going to be the contrarian here, and I'm actually going to go with Peacekeepers. And here's why. I think that they don't have the custom maps, but I don't think they're slouches on the normal maps either. They're very good on Bazaar. They'll pull out Cargo. I mean, they've got some maps that they can play very well on, and they're going to be aggressive. And over the season, I think the teams that beat Raptors were aggressive. So will Raptors be ready for it? That's a question to answer, but I think Peacekeepers will bring that aggression. If they get a cap or two, they will swing momentum quickly. And one of the things about the way Peacekeepers play is that it's hard to study them and find weaknesses because they change it up every game. They don't, they're not depending on set positions necessarily because of their aggression. But on the counter side, I think it's going to come down to, Rypic has played such a pivotal role in the past couple weeks, especially in the playoffs. He's been the one getting many picks, getting an aggressive position. So if Peacekeepers can neutralize Rypic and then play aggressive and win some momentum, I think they'll take it. And then I'm going to say beginners on the other game, and we'll see a rematch of last finals.
Okay. I want to see Raptors and beginners. I think a lot of people want to see that as a finals matchup. I think that would be a super fun NA-EU battle to see, but gosh, it's so hard to decide because of how well Peacekeepers did in that group stage. To get caps against beginners, Raptors are really going to have to bring their game here today. They're going to have to be putting some powerful defense out there to shut down that PK coordination. And so I'll go Raptors for the first one and beginners, again, because of their history. But I truly don't know. We could have a Peacekeepers Vikings. I mean, it could be Raptors Vikings again. I think what's got me most excited, maybe so nervous, is that I don't know what's really going to happen. I don't have the back of my mind, beginners are going to lock this in, Global Chem's going to move on. It's going to be those two. It is a question mark for me here today on this semis, and it's just this whole season 11 coming together. It's everything we've been hyped up about with all the variety. And it'll be starting in just 5 minutes. We are going to cut to a brief intermission here and get ready for the action. Don't go anywhere. The start of these semifinals begins in just a few minutes. welcome back, everybody, to the VR Master League Season 11 semifinals. My name's Nightfire with 2E. I'm joined by my co-caster, Wookie with just one. Can you imagine? How are you doing today, Wookie?
Doing just fine. I thank you for having me. I'm really looking forward to this matchup today. It's going to be one heck of a event today. Everyone has been playing so incredibly well during round robin.
Yep.
In the Challenger Cup overall, that this more concentrated effort here between these teams is just going to be epic, to say the least.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. We got the hype going up in that pre-show. It is Raptors versus Peacekeepers. And we got to talk about the old regular bans. It's been a while since we've gotten to sort of discuss pick bans. But with a limited map pool, they mean even more than they did or would have had we had those custom maps available. Cargo being banned by Raptors and Quarantine by Peacekeepers. Leaves us with some range on the table, right? Snow Peak, Downfall still available. At the same time, we also have some close quarters on the line, like Subway, which is where we are headed for map 1. And then we got that laid out, Wookie. I mean, what are your thoughts on these bans and this pick of Subway?
Yeah, I love Subway personally, and a little surprised, I guess, to see Q1 banned. I mean, I love Quarantine, but apparently Peacekeepers not a fan after watching how well Raptors played on that map during the Challenger Cup. And then Raptors banning Cargo, obviously just capitalizing on the fact that that's one of Peacekeepers' best maps in the classical sense. So now that we don't have those custom maps today, they're just really trying to limit Peacekeepers' opportunity to shutting down their better maps. But Subway is going to be quite an exciting matchup because it's got a little bit of everything, a little bit of long range, a little bit of close range, plenty of mid range.
Yep.
But what's really epic about Subway is it's the perfect map to set up good tactics, and we'll be seeing how these teams execute on those tactics today, because Subway just is a perfect environment to start utilizing tactics. It's not so much about getting picks, it's more of like that team coordination of using flashes and going in out on that.
Yep. And almost as if to read my mind, Raptors and Peacekeepers are in lobby and have started the beginning of this semifinals. Round 1 kicks off. Let's take a look at the active rosters for today. Coming in from Raptors, we have Rypick, Distorted, FG Soldiers, VR Marksman, and Masono. And over on Peacekeepers, we have Virus, Nardu, Rushers, Seaquake, and Captain Soda. That is the core of both squads. And let's see how Raptors are going to kick off this series. Going to go for a 3-2 split, maybe invest 1 in the catwalk. We'll follow the 3 underground as they do make their way towards that OBJ.
So far, not too much going on. Everyone just getting set up into position. Nardu in a pretty good location. He's got this little entryway locked down. So even if 2 or 3 of these Raptors come out from the tunnel, it's going to be got C4 on the tunnel exit. That'll definitely cause issues for Raptors. But yeah, pretty quiet.
It is what you would expect at the start of a high-tier tournament round, right? These teams really got to feel each other out first. These first few rounds, I anticipate to be slow. I would almost be surprised if a team brought in a fast-paced push early on in both of these matchups we have today. But yeah, it is just a bit of a waiting period. Raptors are making sure that Peacekeepers aren't throwing anything crazy at them, making sure that we're not getting any over-aggressive pushes. You can see thoroughly scanning the basement area and the stairwell to make sure there's no C4, no utility placed on any of these walls, Distorted. Being very careful before charging up here, and they're really allowing a lot of room for this objective so close to it. It's kind of It seems risky to me, truly. I imagine if there's some good smokes placed here, there is an opportunity for a pretty quick push onto the objective.
Yeah, Subway being a small map and the round timers being 6 minutes, Raptors have plenty of time to feel out these teams, as you mentioned, although Marksman does throw a smoke over there on the tunnel exit at the mid-level. So 2 of Raptors pretty near objective, but again, Nardu did chuck a C4 above that exit. So we'll have to see how the Raptors handle this defensive posture from Nardu.
Catwalk push comes through. Masono finds the pick right before Rypick goes down. And that gives them a lot of coverage, really. If they get the smokes on OBJ, they have stairwell coverage here. Seaquick goes down in the basement.
One down underground.
Or excuse me, Soldiers goes down in the basement. Seaquick roaming there finds a pick. But we're really going to have to keep our eyes on Nardu and Captain Soda. They're holding very key positions. If they go, I mean, it just feels like it's not strong enough coverage of an objective that we've seen capped quite often.
Yeah, that's really interesting, defensive positions from Peacekeepers, but there are 2 Raptors really close to objective, and then threw smokes and then they retreated, which is so smart. You're going to bait an effective response. Early C4 goes off, finds no one. So Raptors just sitting here observing how does this defense react to smokes on objective, and we'll get picks in the process, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan here.
Nardu is playing it nicely and on the side of that smoke.
Ooh. He does get tagged, but Quick takes out right pick. Nardu takes out Marksman, and that was just simultaneously across the map. Distorted, though, takes out Nardu. Now, objective is somewhat vulnerable. Captain Soda does have a line on it, though, from the north.
Masono scoops up one up top, and Distorted is pushing forward. Seaquick has a decent pop-up from the stairwell to catch any sort of cross in, but Masono also may find the angle onto Seaquick in short time. So Seaquick has to be careful to watch both his sides, and you can see him doing just that, trying to make sure that he's covering the objective and his back. He realizes that it is a bit of a risk. He's also covering basement, so technically 3 angles right now, as it is a 2v2.
Goes down to Seaquick, but Distorted looking for that refrag, almost found it on the back of Seaquick's head. Captain Soda still stuck in the north over there watching objective. I think he's too far away. If Quick goes down, Distorted can totally cap underneath their noses here. Soda really needs to crash at this point. Distorted opting to fall back, actually.
Okay, so
only a minute left. That's an interesting decision.
He doesn't have the time to go upstairs like he's doing. With a minute, I don't think he can hit Catwalk, but this is really pushing it. This is a pretty long rotation to commit to right now, and I would have understood maybe a basement rotation. I think that would have actually been pretty smart. You could have popped out, attacked the defender on the stairwell, but
I'm coming free.
I think this would have been a good play a minute ago.
Yeah, he's going to try and get the res. That's what this rotation is. So they're going to res, and they're going to have 30 seconds. And that is time. A little bit less than 30 seconds, I guess.
Oof, that's
a tight play. This is going to be a very tight play, but it is going to be a 2v2. There's the res. Now comes the push. Instantly, they have to charge down. Shots come ringing in. Out the gate, off of the res. Almost tagged coming in there onto Distorted. He dives down into the trenches. Manages to dodge the shots from Captain Soda. Soda stays tucked in. Knows that time is an element. And now both Seaquick and Soda forcing this Raptors team to push them. They play it right, and they snag the first round, but it was not easy. A defensive hold for time gets them the point.
Wow. I mean, Seaquick with 3 kills there. He was obviously well positioned to do the most damage in that defense. I was a little concerned about that Peacekeepers defensive layout because they were really spread out, all far away from objective. Of course, caster vision, hindsight's 2020, but of course, Raptors had no idea how spread out this defense was, and they walked into some of these traps that Peacekeepers set. But again, Distorted with that rotation, I think that was just too little too late. Opportunity if he just pressed Seaquick to get a cap. Soda was so far off objective that there was literally nothing he could have done about it. So just just the first round of a very exciting long day. And, again, both teams just feeling each other out here.
Yeah, it is the first few rounds of this series, and so we are going to get that cautious period of back and forth where they're just, again, feeling the strats out. Still, that came down to a 2v2 final seconds of the round. What are we going to get out of the Raptors defense? And I guess, when we talk about that Peacekeepers defense, they did have those C4s in place. And so even though it did look a bit barren on the objective, there was that C4 placed on the roof to the exit of that tunnel that was intended to catch anybody if they went for a fast cap. And so they did have some redundancies there to their defense. Still, though, really just a good play all around. I like the attempt of the Reds to turn it into a 2v2, but Peacekeepers just countered it well by tucking in.
Exactly.
The bait would have been to go for the fights, right? That would have been the bait that they would have wanted. That's the best case scenario, is that PK looks for the fight there. But I mean, in a pressure situation like this, it's impressive, really, to see discipline like that. And I guess awareness as well of the time.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that, speaking of awareness of time, that, I appreciate the camaraderie, the teamwork, to go back and get a revive and even things up. But those kinds of decisions, they have to happen sooner because you only have 6 minutes to execute a play per round, right? So Subway, it's a small map, but it's deceptively large in terms of running around and going, getting caught in certain avenues, so to speak. So.
See how Peacekeepers go on the attack here. A solid defensive round, and they're looking to pile on here as they invest in a basement push.
All right, don't talk under.
I'm silent too to stay quiet. Distorted, I think, tosses a C4 into the stairwell, and so it's going to have to be something that they clear out. But there's all kinds of ways you can clear a C4, right?
Yeah. You can shoot it. You can throw grenades. This is interesting. We tend to see Peacekeepers kind of go all in on a push, a five-man push or 4-1 split. Peacekeepers opting to go 4-1 split with C-Quick upstairs, everyone else down in the basement. And I think this is actually a good play. They're gonna probably overwhelm soldiers with ease, and then we're gonna see Peacekeepers coming down here and just pushing this objective from the basement. And I think it's gonna catch Raptors off guard.
They do have soldiers here waiting. You should hear these footsteps. He's dialed in on this pillar, but Nardu catches him out on the corner. A huge pickup that opens up this basement, and now really the whole push or intention of their push. They've gotten the biggest piece because this is where the three now are getting ready to stack out. And I'm thinking that they're going to set up for both pushes up the stairwell at the same time, and the stairwell onto Distorted. I imagine that is the plan. They're also gonna, they're gonna take sudden command of this map. Sequick's gonna come down from the catwalk. This is gonna be Raptors having to play very disciplined and tucked in and not allow for these picks to come through, because this is looking like a very good PK push right now if they pull this off and time it right.
Indeed, Sequick checking his back just to make sure there's no flankers, which is, something to be aware of on Subway. It's a very flank-heavy kind of map. Rushers and Distorted are going to find each other here. Rushers wins that exchange. That is now 3 members of Raptors alive versus 5 members of Peacekeepers. Peacekeepers looking really strong here out the get-go. Marksman does get a frag.
That's a big frag too. The counter aggression pays off to find those shots back. He's going to swing and try and get the kill onto Rushers. The Rushers just dumping suppressive fire, and the rest of his team comes peeking up out of the stairwell. Virus here dumping rounds on the right pick. They can't threaten the objective, and they have to be able to. They have to have eyes on, and so Marksman has to play a little bit sporadically. Right pick is still staying tucked in, and I guess he can afford to as long as he knows Marksman's alive.
Once they take out Marksman, though, Rushers is just in the perfect position to get a cap. So it'll be really interesting to see what Peacekeepers do here. Another frag comes out from Rushers. I thought it might be a smoke grenade, but it is not. Oh my goodness, Rushers brings it back with right pick, and he takes out Marksman. Oh my goodness. What a play.
That was a great push that came in from Peacekeepers there. You could just see it set up the whole way through, and they executed perfectly on it to pounce up like that with the timing. I mean, everything was right. They were all on the stairs pushing up at the same time, and any rotation that came through was getting punished. Just a great bit of coordination from Peacekeepers there, and despite having a bit of a tough round, that offensive one looked really good.
Indeed, I am impressed with how Peacekeepers are playing
really
here
nice.
on Subway. This is a new objective, so we'll see. New objective, new me, so to speak, right? So we'll see how these teams approach this particular outside
Still
objective.
Still market. This isn't
Yeah,
the new one yet.
No, I just meant like this is we're on to the next.
Oh yes.
location of the
We're
objective.
going. Yeah. We're going to a fresh OBJ. I get what you're saying.
Right.
Sorry.
No, that's good call. There are new new objectives, so new locations to capture and send the uplink. So, not to be mistaken though, this is just a marketplace objective. I know the audience can't quite see that just yet, but we have fresh opportunities here for Raptors to come bring this back. I mean, who knows? Maybe they just have a better approach on this market objective, and maybe they'll get a cap here. Who knows? And that would basically even things up 2-2.
It is Raptors map pick, I think, important to remember. They are the home. Actually, I think it's a away team gets first ban, home team gets second, and then home team gets first map pick. And so this is Raptors map choice.
Yeah, she good. Yeah, sure, go. Just worry, I gotta go.
Seems to be
See
having
quick on the
some-
phone, Captain Soda laying here on the ground. I don't. This isn't looking too good for Peacekeepers at the gate. Hopefully, but there he is. He woke up. He was just taking a nap. He was just sleeping. He wasn't dead.
I mean, that is something. They are feeling relaxed. That's for sure.
Yeah, that confidence is good. Casino already up above deck. Soldiers there watching that corner. I think this is oh man, this is interesting. So Sequick's pretty pushed up. Though, taking out Soda on the stairs. What a play that was.
Love that angle, prone sideways, minimizing that clearance. 100% catches the shots there as he gets a little too aggressive on this stairwell, and it does get one pick. Still, they have to push all the way through the north alleyway, which is no easy task. Rushers is there ready to defend. But yeah, an interesting push-out setup, everything here, as Virus is also right here with Sequick, ready to potentially challenge Masono, but is that a flash? Yeah, just a flash comes through.
Wow, that was a heck of a bounce. I don't know if you saw the path of that grenade. I'm actually going on the north here.
Oh, wow, a kill. Rushers getting aggressive on the corner. They're trying to suppress. But this, I mean, the angle he was peeking was not, there's no cover there. So pretty easy pickup there. Virus now going to be shooting up from on top of that garbage truck. That's 3/4 cover at least. Just like Distorted has here. Really going to minimize the exposure. Smokes are on objective, and I think it's the indicator for the play to come through. Nardu trades on the backside as Virus continues to dump suppressive fire. Sequick is alone in defense here. Well, him and
he was.
Now he, oh no, yeah, the kill comes in there. A big pickup for him. He's going to crash back with Virus, and it is going to make it a 2v3, but that was looking not too hot there for a second from Peacekeepers. A big pick. If Sequick had not gotten that kill, this would have been a 1v4 for Virus.
And it's such an unusual position to play on this objective that you just can't help but get a pick from that location Sequick was in. It was a really well thought out defensive location. And the crash afterwards, although he might find himself going down to marksman, he does. The Soldiers comes around with a flank, catches Virus off guard, and just like that, Raptors do get a point. So this is going to be a tight one, folks.
Raptors getting on the board with a Marosok round of their own. They are not letting this one go, and that's what we should, I mean, that's going to be a theme, I think, right? There's going to be no easy wins here for any of these teams. There was no easy wins in the round robin last weekend, and now that we are here with our first and second seed from that group stage, yeah, there's just no way that any rounds go unpunished, and Raptors do a great job executing there, and maybe now they just do a bit of a reversal here. Right now they snag their Volk round for this objective, tie it up 2-2, and do exactly what Peacekeepers did to them. Bounce this thing back and even us out for what then could be a new objective, a north objective. I mean, there's some crazy ones that are left on the table now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is going to be a slugfest, I think. It's going to be going back and forth. It's going to be really tight. We did see teams in the Challenger Cup really push for caps. I think we're going to see a little bit less of that here. I think we're going to see teams just go for kills and you know, sure, if there's a cap opportunity, take it. But I think we're going to see a lot of teams kind of playing a little bit more safe today.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get any other chances. You know, the round robin, you could afford to lose a map and come out unscathed. 2 maps in some cases and be okay. Right. That is not the case here. In this best of 3, you only get 1 loss. If there's 2, then you're out and you're down into that 3rd place bronze matchup tomorrow. And yeah, I can understand that maybe that mentality gets changed here a little bit, and that could impact teams for the worse or the better. Who knows? We'll see as we do get into our next round. Raptors now on the defense, trying to tie this up and turn it into a 2-2 game.
Only once, all right? Only once.
Regardless what happens, you know, everyone playing today is going to earn a prize.
Right.
Benefit to being here today. A lot of damage being thrown out right out the gate. Soldiers and right pick both get picked.
Big kills locking in there, and now Virus is kind of trapped in between 2. He needs his team to reinforce him, and he is going to get that reinforcement. C-Quick is coming up here. Rypick does drop off. He recognizes he can't sit at that corner for much longer because of that threat that's coming to him, and the res comes through. So only 1 kill, but Raptors do play it safe. An interesting kind of push out to get the kills and then swing back to hold the objective after they get their advantage.
Yeah, good move. It's never worth it to get overextended.
Yeah, and I mean, again, C-Quick would have popped up and found the kill there, and Rushers could have, you know, like, who knows, Virus could have found the pickup on his cross. There's plenty of risk. The only problem is that they didn't know that that res was available, and so I heard the call it as we were going through the defense that there's 3 possible. So maybe they have an idea that there's 4, but they could be under the impression there's only 3, and that may throw off how they play this defense.
They're really looking at Messina's location, but they haven't identified him yet. So it's more of an assumption going into that corner. Like, oh, that's probably a hot corner. I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with it, though.
Yeah, you need a nade or a flash or something out here to initially stun or disrupt Masino so you can find that pick. I think Nardu was looking for the barrel of a gun, but he is not going to see it. It's tucked in there. Nardu, as he swings around, does find Masino. Masino's trying to get the shots, reloads and swings. Virus with the refrag shuts that down. Rushers begins his crusade through the backside now, finds 1. Looking for more as a lot of suppressive fire is coming through. Picks up Soldiers on the floor, a big kill, and he's now going to come crashing in through the start. He actually has the advantage here as the reload comes in from Marksman. The charge continues, shots from Virus on the backside. It's all up to Rypick, alone in a 1v3. He finds 1, finds 2. He's looking for that 3rd, and he can bounce this one back. He can keep this thing tied up, but we're now into a 1v1, and C-Quick is pausing. Take a breath.
I can't believe how quickly that all went down. I mean, just like that, it's a 1v1 situation now, and Quick rotating around to the south. I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, Rypick has to watch all these different angles. He really doesn't know where this push is going to come from. I think that's a good spot, obviously. Seaquick's going to have to charge all the way forward. 3 minutes left, though, and so Seaquick can play this completely silent all the way through.
Yeah, it does seem like Rypick is really, like, honed in on Quick's last known location, so this might be a problem for Rypick.
Tablet check. Make sure he has time for this. I mean, I don't know if Peacekeepers have an accurate kill count either, but Seaquick is pushing this lane with a lot of confidence. There's so many other defensive positions that can be taken up in this lane, and he's not checking any of them. So he must know he's into a 1v1.
Yeah, I don't know if it all happened so quick. I don't think there's an accurate kill count for Rypick. So he's concerned about multiple bogeys. Quick is just worried about hopefully one defender. I don't think either of these guys have an accurate kill count.
Yeah, I don't either, but gonna have to wait and see how this push comes through. Seaquick gonna get down on that floor. In real life, this is one of the beauties of VR that we don't talk a lot about, but some people may not believe that this person is actually lying on the ground now in his actual real space and aiming this gun, turning his head sideways, trying to find this clearance and this pick. And just look how much he's minimizing his exposure as he swings this corner, you know?
No, yeah, it takes time, though.
Yeah.
You know, and he's quickly running out of it, so...
True.
It's very cautious, though. I mean, it's a good, smart play to if you're going to check a corner blind. In this case, if you got the time, you can do it prone. Oh, no, the pre-fire comes out. That ruined everything for Seaquick here. He's going to go for a rotation now. Nope, okay.
Maybe he realized the time. I don't know what his plan is, but he only has 30 seconds. The swing isn't long. You know, he can easily run around the L. And Rypick is very tunneled in on that side. 24 seconds left. Oh, but he's smart. This is what you get at the top tier. The ability to think and pull off of the tunnel. And he's ready now for Seaquick to come swinging on this angle. He's tucked into the corner. Seaquick's going to go for it. He's going to go for the challenge, but he doesn't get it. Rypick holds on. The triple at the end of the day as he locks in the round and ties it up 2-2. That was a crazy push that nearly paid off. I mean, that was 3v1 on the entry.
Yeah, no, that was good on Rypick for keeping his cool and just holding down that location. Like, again, I don't think either of those guys had accurate kill counts. So Rypick holding it down solo dolo like that is just a testament to the skill in these two teams. And we almost saw an excellent flank from Seaquick. I don't know if he saw a shadow or something, like he thought he saw a helmet in the corner, but that pre-fire there at the end, unfortunately, coming back to haunt Quick.
So I like to see the semifinals coming in and delivering. A shout out to everyone tuning in here today across all of the different channels, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, venues. We appreciate everyone that stops by and hangs out and enjoys the action. It is going to be a good day of Onward, I can tell you that. We have 2 best of 3s ahead of us, and already, Wookie, we're starting off 2-2 with map 1. I mean, if we get a bunch of 4-3s today, I couldn't be happier. That is the dream. I think I'm always going to be rooting for teams to tie it up and take us to that round 7, so to speak. Could be round 6. Technically, or around 5 if there's caps, but still, it's going to be super fun all day today. We have obviously another couple of maps left with Raptors and Peacekeepers, but after this, we have beginners versus Vikings, and that's going to be a super hype matchup, a historic one at that. These teams having played each other in the past, and can't wait to see that battle unfold. But we still have the NA versus EU matchup to drop into here. Subway with one of our new objectives. A new objective, Wookie.
The new objective, that's right. Not just a fresh objective, but the game objective. And it will be interesting to see how these teams come back. They're, Raptors are within capping range of winning this map one, and this is the objective to do it on if you're Raptors.
Yeah, they had the fast spawn as well. There are multiple spawn points per objective if you're not familiar. Raptors have one that puts them immediately up into the action. Some teams decide to sort of push where Nardu and Virus are holding, but this case, Raptors almost anticipating Peacekeepers getting aggressive, at least in the initial phase of this defense, and are playing it cautiously on their rollout. They're letting Peacekeepers potentially push into them. If Nardu or Virus feels overconfident, they may try and continue their advance through market and try and get positions into that north side. And I don't think that's the case. Interestingly enough, Soldiers here opening up comms. That's going to give away his position, and so that should be information for the whole team that the Raptors are here.
I'm really kind of concerned about Soda because he's got 3 Raptors, maybe 4 heading towards his location, and okay, Captain Soda decides to fall back. I think that was the right move.
Yeah, and I like this. I like the malleable defenses we've been seeing on both sides, where Peacekeepers this time they invest in an early push, and then Soda at least drops back. I anticipate Nardu also may eventually drop back as well, or he may just remain a forward element there that Virus will then refrag for if he goes down. I'm not quite sure what the plan will be, but I don't think the smoke was exactly where Marksman wanted it. Either way, he's going to use the stairs to give him cover.
Yeah, he doesn't even need smoke. Oh, Soda kind of giving away his location there. Marksman's going to use that information. Nardu finds distorted. So he's going to hold that. Nardu's going to hold that position.
Yeah.
He's pretty confident on it. Meanwhile, Messino Marksman still pushing Soda's location. And Soda is just... I like Soda's position, but I also hate it because if he gets pinned, he can't rotate out. He's trapped.
Yeah, we've also seen frags come out here onto this location as well, and so it's not exactly a safe spot to be in, but yeah, he is he's trying to get himself a private show. That's what it looks like to me. Trying to get into that building.
Almost got a shot on Seaquick, who's going for that flank.
Ooh.
Finds it.
A battle in the basement catches one for Raptors, evening the odds just a bit. Still got to keep our eyes on the prize up top, though, as Soda is holding a key position there, and Nardu no longer in that advanced spot. He's dropped back and tucked in with Virus, so Soldiers may be able to start taking control of this lane, but I'm just not sure what the Raptors' plan of approach is. Maybe they're going to send Rypick up from the basement and try and pinch.
196 shot, another one.
Ooh.
I'm down, I got 2 here.
A big double kill there for Soda. He's resable, and that's going to allow rushers to swing around here and pick this up, and Soda is going to get 2 for 1. Soldiers is going to peek right as the res comes through. Oh, just a second too late, and he misses the res, but that would have been a huge pickup. He now knows Soda's at least in the corner after those shots, and Soda again tucks back in. There's the frag. Good flash comes out. Nardu goes down on the corner. Rushers may also consider swinging. Soda's still here, and he does not see Soda against that in that corner, and Peacekeepers take the round 3-2.
Not exactly what I expected going into that round. Raptors came out with a quick spawn, and they had a lot of momentum, but they allowed themselves to get shut down by Soda. Just one player, which was really shocking because Raptors are usually a bit more aggressive, and I think it just goes to show that these teams are just trying to play it extra cautious today, play a little too safe, and they find themselves in these timid backfoot positions, unfortunately, that they just kind of get locked in on. It's going to be all about aggression today. You got to be aggressive.
Yeah. Calculated aggression, though. If you just send it
True.
These teams are good. You know, you get to beginners.
Expect everyone to be calculated at this level.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Any aggression we see is definitely calculated, and yeah, I don't know. I think we've seen it from Peacekeepers. Really, they've thrown it there on the defense in particular to invest in pushing out into this lane. It's a risk that they take. They could have been flashed. They could have been naded if Raptors had really flown out of their spawn. Who knows what could have happened? But they played it slow, and it allowed Peacekeepers to get set up, and ultimately a good hold there on the corner.
I think we're going to see that. We're going to see that aggression come out of Peacekeepers right now. Assuming they get a quick spawn. You know, if they spawn down in the south basement,
right? Maybe
not.
Right.
But it kind of depends on what spawn they get here. I think they will get basement. Yep.
Yeah. They'll be downstairs. It means a bit of a slower rollout for them, but still have options. I mean, they can technically dive into the downstairs and pop up using that. It looks like they're actually going to send 3 to the north, maybe the whole team. And I think that, gosh, I just don't know what their rollout plan is, but yeah, they're going to send 3 to the north, 2 up to the south stairs. I think this south stairs push can be super strong, and if they have this quick spawn here, they can threaten it. The only trouble is, of course, Rypic holding that angle. It's a super strong one. You can see he's got coverage all the way down to the toes of anyone that peeks around that corner.
Yeah, which is probably why Peacekeepers not in a hurry to rush that angle. Peacekeepers, sending 3 to the north as if there was a spawn there, and then Captain Soda and Rushers downstairs.
You look at the Raptors' defense, it's definitely a lot different than PK. Obviously, they're a bit more tucked in, and they're allowing for Peacekeepers to take control of this north lane here, this west lane. And that is part of the plan. Masono and Soldiers have a crosshatch. They're waiting for them to cross out on this corner to take these first few shots, but these are common positions to be in. Masono, in particular, is vulnerable to a frag.
Virus, though, looking for that pick, and Naruto, I'm surprised it's still alive here, and he goes down to Soldiers. Virus going to try to refrag. Casino is ready, waiting for that.
That was a great bit of teamwork there. The hatch working perfectly there as they peek out and find their respective kills. And now Seaquick maybe second-guessing his approach down that side. But the next attack is going to be coming in from Peacekeepers along the same alley that Soda found good success defending. But look at, again, the defensive style, so much different.
Yeah, much tighter on objective. This is why I think is a stronger defense layout for this particular objective. And you know, those were serious mistakes there by Peacekeepers early on, because it's now a 3v5 situation, which is something you don't want to find yourself in, especially on such a tight objective like this. I mean, there's nobody really flanking. There's 5 members within arm's length of the objective, and it's going to be a real uphill battle for Peacekeepers now at this point.
A little bit of a utility battle going on here between Masono and Seaquick.
Soda's slowly peeking this corner, and I think we all know at this level, slow peeks from Marks are not good. That's exactly why Marksman getting a C4 kill on Soda is instant death, because he's standing on top of it. Or wounded by Disorder, one of the two. Rushers laying down hot ledge with the smoke, trying to find the target. I'm surprised we're not really seeing anything going. Oh. Seaquick. Didn't quite work out for Seaquick either. They both go down at the same time.
A very good hold there. The suppressive fire comes through the smoke to find one there. Marksman shooting up over the objective, catches his kill. Take a look at the KD feed before we cut back in. Look at our beautiful mugs, but we are all tied up 3-3 here for the first round of the semifinals. No better way to kick this off. But this is exactly, I mean, truly what you would expect. This is the top 4 teams in the world duking it out, and they are all incredibly good, and this is Where do we go from here? We are now headed to, wouldn't it have been fun? Imagine if it would have been a north objective. Instead, it is a basement one. And I don't know how I feel about this one lately. I would normally say it's a Volk advantage, but I've seen it won by Marsoc as often, I feel like, as Volk.
Yeah, it's kind of a coin toss on that objective. I was really hoping to see a north objective myself being the final round here today on Subway, but, you know, we got basement. And, you know, if that's probably a good thing for Peacekeepers, because north is also a bit more, depending on how you play it defensively, north can be better for Marsoc than the basement objective. But I'd say that, you know, luckily for Peacekeepers, in fact, that they got this objective to defend on. Raptors will have to do a bit of digging to get that defense out, because there's so many little, like, they can hide behind soda machines or around the corner. I mean, there's a lot of little nooks for the defense to posture themselves in.
Yeah.
I'm dedicating that last kill to
Yes,
reloading
indeed. We'll see how Raptors do on the offense as we pop back into the action. Round number 7. We did it for map number 1. We'll see if we do it all the way through for the day, but off to a heck of an engaging start, to say the least. Raptors, they go for a standard, scratch that, 2-1-2 split. Send 2 north, 2 south, 1 up through that catwalk.
I'm gonna clear my spot.
And this is the kind of confidence that you have to have on this objective. It's a bit risky to be this aggressive upstairs, but Raptors can't invest any utility until they get close to objective. So they can't use it to push down the stairs, which would normally be defended and tough to take, or, you know, push through the center here. They have to save it for when they try and make their entry into the basement. And so it does make spots like Sequix advantageous. They tend to catch out completely exposed attackers because there's no utility anywhere to block vision. But
let's be quick. Look at that line. I really like his position, actually. That's something very off meta. I don't think we see that played very often, if ever, on this particular objective.
No,
good for them mixing it up.
I like it too, but if Distorted and Rypic just take this stairwell, Sequick is going to have to rotate out of that position. He doesn't have a line on Rypic or this exit here.
Quick is really just looking for a horseshoe push.
Yeah.
But he's more than capable of rotating and taking out a north push, I think, as well. We'll see how it plays out in the end, but I think it's a strong position, because if there's Marsoc coming down horseshoe, he's going to either see them or hear them before they do.
Yeah, it is Messino who is making that catwalk exit now, but depends on which side he decides to take. Either way, the advancement's still coming in. Well, let's take a look at the basement. There is 2 down there who will be also trying to make their exit, and I wonder where the utility is, because I'm sure there's some C4 placed somewhere around here, as Soda is positioned tucked into the corner.
Yeah, I have a feeling if Quick has decent trigger control, he might even allow these guys to feel safe and walk past him and then shoot them all in the back if there's an opportunity for that.
He might catch Rypic here if he decides to swing out. He's going to give Sequick's position away. Distorted. I'll be looking for the refrag.
Yeah, he hears them.
1 down.
Oh, and Distorted just nearly tags Sequick. Can't quite connect the shots, and Sequick's going to take a super tight angle under the ramp. Almost gets Distorted there. Marksman actually catching Soda with a frag in the basement is a big kill, and it's going to open up the entry down there. And they have to all crash and defend in this basement here. It's just Nardu and Virus downstairs. If they go down, it's bad news on objective. Sequick has to rotate, as does Rushers.
Yeah, that's really overextended. I didn't realize Rushers was upstairs. I thought it was just Seaquick alone causing mayhem up there. But, you know,
all the way in the back.
Quick is doing a good job holding back the middle platform push, but this basement push is going to be a problem for
really is.
Peacekeepers.
They do have Virus prone in the corner.
I think he's above us.
Yeah, they only have 2 minutes here to get this sorted. So, Raptors quickly running out of time here.
Virus giving away his position, and Marksman finds the shots. He is an excellent shooter. He was in a lot of the highlights in the pre-show.
Now it's just Nardu on objective. Rushers and Seaquick are still up, but speaking of, Rushers does find that on Distorted. Quick gets Massino, so now these two need to rush back, crash onto objective, and in the process, Rushers might find these two coming out of the basement because Raptors are just taking a little too much time here
One more coming
to get
out.
formed up.
Yeah, and he knows they're here. He heard the audio comms beneath him, so he's well aware of their position in this tunnel exit. So he's actually just going to go back up the stairs and wait for them to cross, and that's the tighter angle that he can afford to take.
Is Quick going for a flank? I don't know what Quick is doing, but with a minute left, he's not really helping his team all the way up there. Rushers, though, just more capable of handling things on his own down there. The tunnel exit. Nardu's just still on objective.
14, I'm playing.
I think Peacekeepers got this. And Soldiers.
Big pickup. Big pickup. If Nardu goes down, Seaquick has to crash. I don't think the cap is on the table, and so Seaquick could just kind of run away. I mean, I don't know what the plan is here. Soldiers has 25 seconds left. He knows he's running out of time. Seaquick is on a rotation and is going to peek out. Soldiers looks for the shots. He finds one. Nardu swings out. Soldiers finds the double.
Oh, my goodness! Wow! What a play by Soldiers. Oh, my goodness. I thought Peacekeepers were playing it a little too nonchalant there, but they were going to win. But, man.
That was a huge play for him to get the snap-up shot there. What a massive turnaround. Raptors lock it in and take the first map from Peacekeepers. Whoa, that's one way to start off things, isn't it? Holy cow, Lucky.
Right now, he has 8 kills, Soldiers. So
Seaquick has 7.
That
was a close game.
I mean, it was really close. Pretty much even kill spread throughout. But Soldiers, that triple at the end, bumping his kill count to 8 and 4 overall. Kill death. That's really good.
I hate to say it, but you are certainly the cause of that. You said this is going to be a tough. As soon as you said that, the first kill comes through. If anyone's going to be blamed, I hate this. I'm just telling you the facts, man. People are going to be blaming you in chat, and I don't blame them for blaming you because, geez, what a crazy play to come out there. And where do we go from here? Raptors scrape away with their map. Just barely, and now Peacekeepers get to pick. We're not going to any custom maps, so it looks like we are going to be going to Bazaar for map number 2, and Bazaar is as crazy as Subway. Oh, jeez, the first objective's Kayat. What are we doing?
Oh, isn't that bizarre?
For those that aren't familiar, Bazaar, a close quarters map that has some range elements to it, and has some very hard to defend objectives. One in particular is the infamously known objective, Kayat Building objective. It is one that is incredibly hard to defend as there are several positions to attack from on the ground floor and the second floor. It requires thorough coverage and ultimately a denial of entry. If you let offense into the objective building, it just becomes, I would say, a 70-30% chance the cap comes through. If the offense ever gets that close. And so this is where we start, and Raptors are going to defend first. This is Peacekeepers map pick, and so if there is any time for Peacekeepers to go for a cap and try and push up with a 2-0 lead out the gate, it's going to be at the start of this Bazaar map.
Indeed, whoever is in charge over at Vulcan Command did not do the ground squad any favors placing that uplink there. Very difficult to defend from a Marsoc team. No matter who you are. It's really easy to slip by and get that code up. But I digress. This is exactly what Peacekeepers want. I mean, if you're gonna lose by 1 point on Subway, then you're thinking, okay, it's gonna be a close one today, but we know what we're doing here on Bazaar, and they're it'll be interesting to see, right? Because that was a Raptors map choice, and they narrowly won that one. So yeah, it came just by the skin on their teeth, right? So I mean, Peacekeepers looking at this and they're just thinking, ooh, it's key out objective. Ooh, our best map. Let's see what we can pull off here on round 1.
Yeah, we'll pop into the PK comms as we start this round.
They're focused. Not too much chatter.
I heard singing coming in from C-Quick.
They probably...
But yes, they are locked in here, as they have to be. This is the semifinals. If they lose here, they move down to that 3rd place round, which is still 1,600 cash on the line. 900, I think, to 4th place. So either way, they're winning money. But there's something to play for now, and the pressure is on. So the focus has to be there, and they're definitely focused. PK now have to attack this objective, and they have this east setup. They're going to be able to get north control, and I feel like the north entry is probably one of the stronger ways to enter Kayat.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, 100% agree. And Peacekeepers, they're really betting heavily on an eastern push. So far, Marksman being the only resistance for that, and he's already been taken out by Rushers, so that is not a good look for Raptors right off the bat here. Rushers getting another pick across the map almost over in the northwest as there was a member crashing back towards objective. Just like that, Raptors find themselves in a 3v5 situation now. Peacekeepers just looking really strong here.
That's 53, not 54, 53.
Looked like Marksman got a little real-life distraction that happened to him as he was crouched there and then taken out. Hopefully he can refocus. But yeah, they are looking very good on this north entry as Distorted goes down. The objective becomes very available. Masono with a huge cut down. Soda's going to look for that refrag. Can't find it through that window as there is no access there. And so a very important defensive position is going to be continued to be held. Masono does push forward, finds Soda in a trade. The kill on the backside from Soldiers cuts it down, and Peacekeepers shut down to 2. A very big denial. Soldiers is going to try and run around and get this res on Masono. Is he going to get there in time? Virus is there on the corner. The res comes in. Virus tries to get the double on the corner. He can't peek out fast enough. He finds one. The refrag's there, and he gets the double. Virus.
Wow.
At least gets the Marsoc round for Peacekeepers.
That's what you want if you're Raptors. You don't want to cap. You want to just go down to kills. And Raptors got themselves a little caught off guard there, I think, early on. Peacekeepers just coming out swinging here on map 2. They're ready for anything Raptors can throw at them. We'll see how Raptors answer back here in round 2, but Peacekeepers looking really good.
So it's almost, I don't want to say planned, but you've now lulled Peacekeepers into a false sense of security, right? They've gotten that first round, and maybe Raptors still come for that cap here. We still have Kayat objective for Peacekeepers to defend. And, I mean, the threat of a cap was there. They're lucky that those big picks came in from Masono and on the backside from Soldiers. If those don't follow through, or not from Soldiers, from Rushers, that's just bad news. So the picks that they got were huge. They had such a good setup. I mean, the smokes were out, the chaos was about to ensue. They just had to swarm objective. Once you swarm objective, once you have even one in there, it's done. And that would have been just the ultimate start, right? 2-0, but still.
Yeah.
Rounds around, like you said, taking it a Marsoc round is a win. And it does put Raptors on the back foot.
It's tough because you know, in the back of their mind, I'm sure Peacekeepers really wanted to get a cap right off the bat on one of the most capable objectives, but a win is a win. So, hey, 1 point's better than no points, like you said.
Absolutely. We'll pop in to the Raptors comms, see what they're chatting about.
Marksman, you can go right now. You can just cross the street right now.
No, I want to... If you go behind the tank, take it over there.
Oh, yeah, never mind. You got the smokes.
Sorry, we got time. Just watch flanks. Watch flanks.
Is anybody holding the refrigerator?
Start making them panic. Make them panic.
Very communicative from the Raptors side. They have plans, they have intentions. They all are making sure that they know what they're doing individually. And, you know, I think one thing that's just kind of fun to look at is the difference in rollouts here. Same spawn, the Raptors completely opting for the other side of the map to push from. They do not want to take that east courtyard at all. And they might just come through the center, which I feel like is the right choice.
Yeah, Peacekeepers have 2 flankers, one west, one east. And they're really pushed up far. Rusher's probably the most. And he's not seeing anything, so that's information for Peacekeepers to know. Okay, no one's coming in from that southwest. So it narrows it down to the south or the east.
There's one west.
Distorted calls out Rusher's
Like on the OBJ spot. Yeah, smoke.
and gave away his position a little bit. But Rusher's going for a large flank, I want to say. Nope, they're looking. Raptors looking for that cross. Making sure no one does get it. There it goes. Rusher's goes down. Got a little too greedy there with the flank.
Yeah, I mean,
that's going to spell trouble.
Soldiers was just waiting for it the whole time. You know, as soon as the call out came, he knew he had other teammates watching other angles, distorted up top there, and so he just held his own. And as soon as that peek came out, it was a kill.
Quick going for a flank. He somehow walked past Marksman. I don't have a good camera angle on it just yet, but man, Quick is found himself behind right pick. That's man, this might be huge for Peacekeepers now. How quickly the turntables have turntabled here with the flanks getting a little aggressive.
Yeah, we'll see. Right pick. Oh, is on a rotation there, and he does drop off as C-Quick begins to approach. Marksman could push past him now, which he is doing, and that east is no longer covered because that was C-Quick's position. Shots come in there, and so C-Quick has to push forward. I think he's going to miss the Marksman cross, and so that's something that's going to go completely undetected from this defensive side. But still, this flank could pay dividends as Rypick is exposed. There's one, and he flies out looking for more, doesn't find it, and instantly tucks back.
Yeah, right. The soldier's looking for where that came from. Like you said, though, Marksman's slowly making his way up the east.
Ice cream, I killed him.
I think C-Quick is really betting on Nardu to shut that down when the time comes to it, but, you know, it's a lot of, who knows,
oh my
right?
goodness.
Like, what if Nardu goes down?
This flank is so big. C-Quick continues to swing around. Soldiers, though, again, with the key hold. He has shut down 2 big attempts on defense to throw off this Raptors squad. Keeps them in at 4-3. It's now up to Soda Virus and Nardu, who are all around objectives. So this seems to be the Peacekeepers' plan on defense with this little lead. They've invested in 2 kind of going for flanks on the edges, with 3 holding around the objective. It seems like a big risk with this guy on OBJ, but it does put a pause in the Raptors' push and does get a kill at least.
I was just about to comment on that. You know, if I'm C-Quick, I would have crashed back after getting that first pick and then maybe look for someone in the east like Marksman, who is now in the northeast, almost behind Kiat, because Peacekeepers are down a guy 3-4 against Raptors, and it's purely because they got overly aggressive.
Thorad is about to peek here. Nardu has an angle, and as I say that, the smoke comes in. Right as he peeks, the smoke flies in and denies Nardu vision. So Distorted is still stealthed here as he pushes up. Soda hasn't ID'd this. Virus hasn't ID'd this. He does check his tablet, though. Still doesn't look down the lane. He had an angle for a moment. Distorted is still here undetected. Marksman's coming in through the backside. He's going to start drawing attention from Oh, maybe Virus, or he's going to find Virus. Down he goes. Now the crash from the north is a threat. Nardu has to swing around, and he starts to panic on the rotation. Soda goes down on objective, and now Nardu's alone. Our Raptors going to go for the cap here. The smokes are out. Masono takes the point, and that's how they're going to go. One apiece, neither able to cap Kayat. And I think that's really an indicator of what we're seeing here today, right, Wookie? I mean, the cap is... Oh, it's such a risk to go for.
Yeah, so what was going through my mind, right, was that, you know, why are Peacekeepers sending all these defenders out to get, you know, flanks and kills, and it wasn't looking good for a second there, right? Because Peacekeepers, I think, were just getting a little too turtley. But I think ultimately what the goal was there was like, okay, we hate the objective, we don't want to get capped on it. Everyone just extend themselves to the point where they get shot before they have a chance to cap, and I think that was what the goal was, but there was, I don't know, a little miscommunication there between the players because some of them just turtled up really hard, and there was definitely an opportunity for Raptors to sneak in and cap because Peacekeepers just weren't playing recklessly enough to get killed, which I think was actually the real goal there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that suicide defensive tactic where you just want everyone to die. You don't want to get a cap.
Yep. Yeah, you just have to get out there, expose yourself. I mean, heck, I've seen some players shoot their gun in the air to try and draw attention to themselves as they're on the objective. On Kayat.
That's what we saw when Nardu was last in
correct.
position against beginners.
Yep.
He was fruitlessly shooting his gun in the air like, please shoot me, and I know what's happening.
Yep. Yeah, and to that point, they could have certainly gone for an upstairs cap there. They had enough people, but it takes a little bit of extra coordination to really lock that in, and discipline, truly. I mean, it's the full package. Comms, you have to know your kill count is, everything. So under the chaos, Raptors nab one, and it's good enough for me because it keeps us tied, which may mean that we're en route for another 3-3, which, again, is what we want here at the desk. So
Right.
more rounds, the better. Either way, we switch objectives over to the Humvee and pop back into the action for round number 3. We'll see just how Raptors decide to defend.
Safely tucking into that blue room. That can be hard when Marsoc have that northwest spawn right there. They can usually shoot you as you walk into there, but quick foot on the west, you know? Just in that location. Top's already ringing out on the east from Marksman. Man, they're just trying to lock down Bazaar. They've got the call outs there, so Raptors know Peacekeepers are northwest.
One top of stairs, west market.
Yeah, it's a common position. Soda has a great line into that blue room, and it shuts down Masono entirely from peeking. It's a solid spot for both players. Really, Masono can just stay in the blue room. He doesn't need to expose himself to Soda. His job is to prevent that front cap, prevent what we have seen happen multiple times. And here actually is a push coming in from Peacekeepers, and a quick one at that. The smokes are out. Virus, Sequick, and Nardu are here, and they are looking to get down onto objective. Where is the rest of the defense? Marksman's way far away. Rockpick is crashing in on the backside. Soldiers catches one. Virus drops down. He's inside. Catches distorted. The tablet's out as Masono comes flying down. He gets shot in the back from Soda. The cap is coming in from Peacekeepers. All the time in the world for Nardu as he gets 2 points. The Raptors defense just a touch spread out, and a solid push up the middle gets Peacekeepers a 3-1 lead on map 2. They want to get a map on the board here.
That was impressive, really, by Peacekeepers. This is a classic push that we've seen, you know, beginners and Globochem do. Like, I was rather surprised to hear very little radio chatter from Raptors.
Yeah.
Because we had Masono in blue room. We had a couple guys. No one called out all the smokes, and like, if you see a bunch of smokes like that, the whole team is crossing in it, you know?
Yeah,
so really interesting lack of a reaction from Raptors there on the defense, and just, you know, very well played by Peacekeepers getting on an objective like that and getting that cap in. That was beautiful. It was textbook, and it was well executed.
Yeah, that is exactly how you push up the middle with smokes. It's well done. That's a full team too. And the reason they need those bodies is precisely because soldiers would have caught that one out the gate, and for there to be another, just quickly get the refrag onto him, it just shuts it down. Once they had control inside, even that blue room rotation is too far. You can't sprint inside the objective room from that blue room with a team like Peacekeepers that can cap in 3 to 5 seconds. You know, these squads punching the code very fast. He did have time if he did make it across, but he got shot by good coverage. And so, again, just a really solid push there from Peacekeepers. Textbook stuff, like you said, and it nets them 2 points. Now we see what Raptors do with their backs against the wall. The map point here for Peacekeepers, and Raptors have to attack. See what their comms are like, as they do get that northwest spawn.
Watch the quick push.
436.
You know, Peacekeepers are just hungry after that subway loss. I think they're a little spirited after that, and that cap has got them feeling good, I'm sure.
Yeah, that
Nothing
is
like
a
a
huge
cap on your map pick, right?
Yeah, a huge momentum swing. It gets everything in your favor. You can relax a little bit as the pressure of losing the whole series is off your shoulders for a time. And it just lets you play a little bit looser in this next round. The problem is that they make it a little too loose, and it could result in some picks if they're not careful. Distorted is hunting here, but Peacekeepers are staying pretty disciplined because this is, again, map point for them. They need to let Raptors come to them.
Yeah, Raptors really have to play it safe now, and that's what we're seeing with this slow push spread across the map, I should say. Looking up the overhead, it's just like they're worried about flankers from Peacekeepers, and they're also worried about just getting picked off early, so they're just taking it real slow in this approach.
Well, I mean, this is why if they did the same thing that Peacekeepers did, they would have an easier time.
You're right.
They could smoke up to the center here and no problem and kill Soda, and that's it. Nobody here can get in time, so it's interesting to see them throw this defense after doing that attack. And
maybe Raptors are afraid that if they try that, Peacekeepers will be well aware of it or something. But smokes are coming out, like you pointed out, and they are getting across. Captain Soda all alone, but he does find a pick on the soldiers. That's a huge pick.
Yeah, it is pretty big. Rushers also can look out through the center if they do try and make that maneuver, but Rypick is going to be the biggest element. If he finds Soda, then he can be that key piece that pushes towards objective. Ooh. Soda spots him, though, calls it out, and now the threat is known. The kill comes in, though. Rypick can crash forward. Rushers is on a desperate swing back to the objective, but objective is open. Distorted goes down on the backside.
Oh, no!
Rypick finds a key kill. He doesn't press it, though. Virus has time. He can still crash back. Nardu is crashing back. Rypick is here waiting for it. He finds Nardu. That's 3 down for Rypick. He's now pushing into the objective. Finishes off Soda.
Cap.
Is the tablet coming out? It is. Virus is here, though. He's taking too long.
Oh, that was the opportunity right there for Raptors. Unfortunately, a little they just left it on the table and didn't take it, unfortunately.
Be quick, the lone defender, and they know right where he is. The call-out's coming in there. Almost catches Duds. Catch Marksman out. That cuts it down to a 1v1. Seaquick pulling off some big plays here, and he is identified by Masono on the backside and now called out by Distorted.
Oh, that's going to give Distorted a chance to sneak up to objective. Oh, I think he saw Quicks. Didn't see him.
There it is. The kill comes in. It's not a cap, but a solid attempt. Rypick had all the opportunity in the world, but just didn't know. How could you expect there to be no other defenders on the objective in that case? Finds 3 regardless.
Rypick got 3 kills on objective.
I know.
His instincts there should have been to go for a cap. I'm not sure why he hesitated for so long, but
the pressure of the moment, maybe, kind of coming in there. He just
the pressure of the semis in general, I think, is just weighing on these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, in theory, they are a map away. If they take this map, we're done. We don't play the third one out. Raptors move on to the finals. So really that pressure is amplified, right? Because if they
true.
they do, man, if you did cap that, it's tied, and then you're a round away from taking the. I mean, there's just so much that's going through their mind outside of all of the processing they have to do in game, and so. I will cut Rypick some slack there. To find 3 is still pretty impressive, and then to go for that cap, just a touch out of time for him. But either way, Raptors hang on. They get the round. We now go on to the defensive, and I don't know about this objective. I'd say 50-50. What are your thoughts on defensive success here?
Pretty 50-50, although Peacekeepers, I got to tell you, they are very good at approaching this objective. Raptors are too, but there's something about Peacekeepers' aggression on this particular objective that is just undeniably powerful, and that's going to be a lot for Raptors to overcome.
Right. Yeah. We'll have to see if Raptors can stick through this time of adversity, because that's exactly what it is. They are, again, technically 2 rounds away from moving on to the finals. If they can lock in 2 in a row, they will move on. If Peacekeepers can get this round, then we go to a map 3, and, that's what we're all secretly rooting here for at the desk.
Exactly.
Although I'm sure beginners and Vikings are looking to get into their action, into their map soon now at this point. Probably starting their warm-ups.
You would imagine.
Look at this heavy push. Right, catches 1 as they try and advance. That's a nice early start to shut them down. A risk of stacking up like that, and they're fortunate that they didn't get punished more.
He might have gotten shot from the courtyard. They're waiting for this push. They know this push.
Oh yeah, it's the only one we do.
The Hardy and Virus talking to each other. They're like, yeah, they know they're gonna push, and Virus like, yeah, that's all we do. Funny comms. Soldiers up in Kiat in a really strong position too.
Ooh, 1 down in Kiat.
Big pick by Soldiers.
Yeah, but he has to get that confirm. That is a resable player there, so if Virus gets there, he can't res. But Soldiers presses the advantage. Virus is there. He did get tagged, so he heals himself, scoops up his opponent's syringe, and gets the res.
Got the res off.
What a gamble that was.
Yeah.
That's a good play. Because, on my screen, Nardi was downstairs, so he had to press him.
Killed 1 crossing north.
Wow.
Possibly just
Right off the res, catches the kill on Masono on the backside. Masono is resable, and definitely not going to get confirmed. And so you can come to Rypick on any potential res, and Rypick is going to be able to get here if he's fast enough, which he is.
Friendly.
Nardi's frag misses. Would have been huge. It would have gotten distorted, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wow. Bodies hitting the floor left and right.
Distorted playing a great bit of defense. Marksman catches out C-Quick trying to make his entry, and Peacekeepers are getting shut down. It's now all up to Soda on the north push, and Masono is here on red truck to try and shut him down. Distorted also getting a little bit aggressive on defense and has himself at late angle, but doesn't need it. Masono finds the elbow of Soda, and we are tied up 3-3 for map number 2. This is how things go.
Oh man, the tension, the pressure, it's getting to me, and I'm just watching it, I can't imagine what these players are going through right now. It makes your hands shake. You get nervous. You start making little mistakes that you never normally would make, but the pressure starts to get to you, and your hands are shaking a little bit from all the adrenaline. You're going to start missing shots at distance because it is VR, and we all are aiming with our hands, and there's no mouse, keyboard, and click going on here. So the pressure's going to weigh on these guys. And again, find ourselves in a 3-3 situation here. Round 5, right? I think.
Yeah.
Going into round 5.
No, 1. Was it only 1 cap?
Yeah, 1 cap.
But it is. It is the 3-3 tied up map number 2, and really the pressure's on for Peacekeepers. You know, this is a massive defensive round for them. They just lost that offensive round. They've had the lead here 3-1, and they haven't been able to lock it in. And so the energy and momentum is not necessarily on their side. And they also, this is a must-win. If they lose here, they go into that bronze matchup tomorrow. They're out at a chance in the finals. They are out at a chance at that $5,000 cash prize pool. Tactical suits, VR covers, headsets, so much prizing coming in there for our number one. And so, yeah, it's everything. It's your whole season. It's the honors. It's a lot of pressure that starts to get factored in, and you have to sort of shove that aside and focus on the game, which is what we'll do here as Peacekeepers go on defense in round number 6.
Yeah, Raptors did a good job shutting down Peacekeepers' push last round, so it'll be interesting to see how Peacekeepers do their defensive lineup on this, and whether Raptors push equally as hard or if they kind of take their time. They seem to be taking their time like they have been in other rounds and other maps. So yeah, not really opting for that rapid push.
Seen a similar strategy on USS Quest from them, where they play a very passive offensive rollout, sort of allowing Peacekeepers to push and wonder. Maybe looking for any kind of picks, looking for maybe something like Soda, checking through some windows or something like that, but it is a delayed entry here from Raptors, and they're going to take their time on the setup.
Do you know where from?
All quiet on the Eastern front.
Yeah. What they want, right?
Yeah, no one wants to give away their positioning just yet. Want to keep it a surprise for a little longer.
The on-objective defense isn't anything out of the ordinary, but the double investment in the northeast corner is a bit out of the ordinary. Rusher's position in particular, he's holding a very interesting angle that catches a lot of ground. It does a great job of covering all the way into that east corner, and so he'll watch if there's any entry from Masono up through the center. The only trouble is, of course, if Marksman swings around and comes from that far east side, which case Seaquick will try and find the refrag. So there are redundancies to this PK defense. It does have purpose and intention, and that's actually a great smoke onto the corner to blind rushers out and force the rotation here, and Marksman catches it.
What a pick. Maybe that's why they want to invest 2 over there, because now Seaquick is still up there. But Raptors getting dangerously close to objective already. About 3.5 minutes remaining.
Hearts racing for Peacekeepers here. A must defend. They're down 4-5.
One here.
Emotionally, it's tough to deal with. It's not what you want to hear. You have to stay focused, though. Virus knows Distorted is close. You can see he's threatened by the potential push as he pre-fires the corner.
The Raptors clearly just going for kills. They're encircling, going for kills, not really too worried about a cap.
Let's keep an eye on Seaquick's position. He's getting aggressive, catches one, almost continues the swing, but pushes back in. Fortunately enough for him, his nades and utility came through. Soda flies out and gets another. Pick able to catch a refrag, keeps it even. Raptors tied up 3-3, but Peacekeepers are hanging on. Masono dumps suppressive fire into blue room. Nardu's there, and he can't get the frag. Masono catches it. Raptors have advantage over the OBJ. Rypick tries to get Captain Soda. Neither of them find each other. They both tuck in. Soda gets a quick heal, and the pressure is on with 2:15, and Virus still staying tucked in.
Oh, man. That smoke is going to be a problem for Soda. Going to deny him vision on objective just enough to make him move off of that last position. So, oh man, this is intense.
Yes, it is. Mason is going to catch Soda. Peacekeepers down to 1. The final lifeline is Virus in a 1v3. Oh, but he doesn't see the one on the cross, and Marksman catches it out.
Wow, what a pick.
Raptors take map number 2 from Peacekeepers and move on to our finals tomorrow. There is no map 3. That is it for the first set of matches today. Wookie, that was one way to kick off this series. It'll be the last they hear from us on the desk. We'll be rotating out Kesney and Sky Joker for the second set of the day, which is Beginners versus Vikings. That'll be in just a few minutes, but again, Wookie, your thoughts before we transition.
You know, Knight, I am speechless. It came down to the wire on both map 1 and map 2, and both teams have been playing incredibly. It really was looking like Peacekeepers had that with that cap and everything early on, but they choked against Raptors, unfortunately, and Raptors just coming through in the end. Both times there, though, I was on the edge of my seat. I can't believe it turned out like this. I thought for sure we're going to see a map 3, but, you know, well played Raptors, GG's, Peacekeepers. You know, we'll see you next season.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's it. Peacekeepers will move on to face off against the loser of our next sets tomorrow. But we still have another game to come at you here today. We still got another best of 3. Again, that will be Beginners and Vikings, and that will be in hopefully 5 to 10 minutes. We'll cut to a brief intermission, and when we come back, it'll be the Sky Joker and Kesney guiding you through more semifinals action. You are not going to want to go anywhere. Do not pick up your controller, because those are definitely things people use to navigate channels on Twitch and change the channel. Stay right here. The VRML action will be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Analyst desk as we patiently await the start of our next matchup, Beginners versus Vikings. Before we get there, we do have some time to digest what we just saw. Kesney, Sky, you were just sitting watching the action. Let's go through it. What did you see that caught you off guard? What did you like most? And Kesney, I'll start with you.
I mean, I have to say, what I liked most is what I've come to expect out of Raptors, and that's the tenacity of play. Dragging out both of those rounds to 4-3. I mean, it was a great pushback from them. I mean, it was a great response to how it went. In a couple of like really key moments, and I think Peacekeepers just brought the pressure and the pain.
Yeah.
I think of that cap that happened map 2 that was so clutch and critical to building up everything that went into that, and they played just a phenomenal game all the way across the board. It was quite a watch.
Yeah, I mean, Subway map 1 kicked us off with some crazy clutches, Sky. I mean, it's hard to lock in the triple kills like that, and to see it happen multiple times in Subway, that was certainly an exciting map 1 for us to kick it off.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And one of the big things that I came into this thinking is, one team might be considerably better at offense, one team might be considerably better at defense. But, I mean, we saw both Volk and Marsoc wins pretty evenly, and both of those clutches that you alluded to, one was on defense, one was on offense. I mean, both of these teams, they came to play. They came to push themselves into this finals, and they played their hearts out. Raptors just teetering over that mountain just enough to come out on top.
I mean, it's something that we talked a bit about in the pre-show that we're going to see out of teams like Beginners and Vikings, right? This is not going to be something unique to the semifinals. I expect that if either team takes a lead, that it is going to get whittled down. It's so rare to see a 4-2 come in. And I mean, we saw Beginners do it up against Kai nearly in that first map of the round robin. I mean, Kesney, we got to start looking forward now to Beginners and Vikings. These teams, I mean, the energy has to be high now after watching a series like that.
Absolutely, and the history that exists there between the two of them, and that even in a regular season game when we don't have all the pressure, they had, what was it? I think it was 8-11, 2 different times this season, one in the beginning and one at the end, and they've played over, as they're both very well established within, I believe, the EU league as well. I am excited to see what they change and bring to the table, and as that pressure mounts, like, who's going to stand up to that pressure? Who's going to crack? Who's going to, rise above? This is the moment that you hope for when you compete in games. This is where you want to be.
It really is, and I can't wait to see strats that are going to get unrolled here today, because we saw some good ones come in from both Raptors and Peacekeepers. The full press for that cap on Bazaar was fantastic. It's a center push right up the middle. Heavy smokes, they're all there. It's perfectly played. You'll love to see stuff like that, and Sky, we got to be ready for Beginners to bring stuff like this to the table, because they have been bringing unique strats to the table since the round robin.
Yeah, for sure. One thing you see a lot out of Beginners and why they maintain their position here is just the level of angles and the level of team sync that they bring to the table that a lot of teams just don't know how to handle. They don't know how to shut it down. And a lot of it is they're able to hold on to these. They don't get a whole lot of coverage comparatively, and it really helps them. And it's a wonder how our Vikings, as we alluded to, they've faced each other multiple times over the seasons, a lot of back and forth, and only just recently have Beginners started to teeter and get challenged pretty hard by Vikings. So we'll see if that momentum continues.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm just getting info now that we are prepping to get into this lobby and start to think about pick bans and whatnot. And so I am going to give us another brief moment to relax and catch our breath and think about what these teams are going to be doing. And when we come back, it'll be right into the scoreboard. We'll talk about the bans. Kesney and Sky will be leading the charge, and the second bit of action for this semifinals will begin. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, map number 1 will start.
Welcome back, everybody, to the next half of this semifinals, bringing you Beginners versus Vikings, the EU matchup of the day. I'm joined by Kesney here. Kesney, how are you feeling? How are you thinking things are going to go here?
You know, it's we got to witness the last round. It's very exciting. I think we're going to see very different gameplay here. I think it's going to be, I'm setting up for what I think is going to be the traditional beginner's approach, which is a bit more precision. Tactical maybe might be a good word for it, or very purposeful movement. And I think we're going to see the opposite coming in here now from Vikings with, high pressure, a lot of action pushed in from there, maybe a bit more of an intentionally chaotic gameplay in order to find holes and cracks. It'll be kind of a battle of opposites here really across the board, and I'm pretty excited for it. What about you?
Oh, I can agree to this. And as James would say, I think a good word that you were looking for would be methodical. We're going to see a lot of methodical play here out of Beginners. And I think Vikings are really going to bring the aggression onto this side. And as we were kind of talking about beforehand, Beginners and Vikings having been playing against each other for many seasons now, there's a lot of history here that maybe some newer Onward players or non-Onward players just aren't aware of. I mean, Beginners have been here since basically day one of the game. Vikings not too far behind that. And in the EU matchup, they are just constantly battling it out. And only recently have Beginners really been hard challenged, and Vikings almost actually taking a match from them earlier in the season. So it's going to be interesting to see if that momentum holds true here in the semis. Beginners having historically always making it into the finals. Maybe there's an upset to be had here.
Very possible. And pressure, as we have seen in other games and games in the past, pressure is king in these situations too, and really moving people around and maybe doing things that they wouldn't normally do on a positive and a negative. Just is kind of, we have a whole world watching, quite literally, as we're moving into this.
Yeah, and we're going to take a quick moment to talk about our bans here. So, looking at this, Kesney, take it away. What do you think about them?
So, I mean, so the two bans coming in here, we're going to have Downfall coming in. Is it Downfall? It is Downfall. And Cargo. Two maps that really couldn't be more different. It's kind of going to Downfall first. I mean, Downfall is a map where prescriptive or methodical gameplay reigns supreme. If you go into Downfall with the chaotic mindset, it frequently ends poorly for any team that does it, because it's so big and it's so open. I think a very strong ban there, because I would feel that the Beginners especially would be very strong on that map.
And with Cargo coming out from Beginners, again, I think this kind of alludes to the earlier representation. Beginners, again, being that methodical gameplay. Vikings not wanting to challenge them on that Downfall methodical type style. And then Vikings being that aggressor. Beginners not wanting to challenge them on a map like Cargo.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, interestingly enough, I mean, Beginners have played this season a ton of Cargo. And part of that's due to our rotating map pools and such of that nature. But they still, after playing it, they played 36 rounds on Cargo, maintain a real high win accuracy or win rate on that particular map as well. So that's strong for them as well. An interesting ban.
Yep, and here we go. We don't have to stall much longer as we hop into round number 1 here of the second half of the semis.
Be an interesting thing. It looks like we're going to have Beginners on initial attack here, and they're going to move out into their positions as they're getting ready here with a couple seconds left on the clock. Looks like it's going to be somewhere within maybe a 3-1-1.
Some instant free fire coming out here, which is what Suburbia is so well known for. Instantly finding one. I see Woods catching Shadow Warrior there, but only a down Would be crazy risky to go for that revive, though.
Absolutely. There's a great pre-fire attempt there from Small's. Really kind of making that happen. They do get the revive in, bringing this still back to a 5-5.
Gotta take a moment to look at this defense. A pretty pushed out defense. They are basically looking to cut the map in kind of in a basically diagonal half almost in order to keep people off of this objective.
Kind of
Nice
looking down the middle. I mean, really, that's what you want. I mean, this is one of those that you have to protect from an outside in. If you get close enough, I mean, that objective is so open, but it's covered at the same time because of where it sits behind the tank. It's a really smart selection from Vikings to kind of take that initial approach into that.
And you see beginners here, all these angles that they're taking from spawn house to the slide. Their intentions here are to pick and prod at this defense. Again, the methodical approach, just trying to weaken before the final assault that they're eventually going to lead up to. And they have 6 minutes to do it.
They do. It's tons of time in front of them at this point, and moving slowly and thoughtfully as they're going on through. Really kind of you have Smallest moving upstairs, Icy Woods kind of moving to take a peek down that dividing line, if you will, and the other three in support behind it.
I think the key here is going to be, can beginners manage to smoke cross to the north and get behind this defense?
Makes you wonder with 2 revives on the board right now for Vikings, if beginners know their count. Call out there going from Icy Woods, calling out lane 2 behind the boxes and starting to get the call outs as they're moving along. Smoke's coming out.
That's a lot of good information to work off of for beginners as they move up.
They are going to take the other side of the street, which would be critical for them to spread out there. And so now they have to respect both sides of the street, leaving Thrin really is on the backside, and the only Vikings on the backside of that fence defending from the opposite side of the street. It'll be a dangerous cross for him as Naktum is actually watching through the smoke, which has a split in it. Ooh. Bad throw from Paz, unfortunately, on that one.
I think beginners realize this gaping hole, and they're very worried about Noctum, but Icy Woods manages to find the shots onto it, shutting down the coverage. That's going to leave an open cross for this beginner's offense.
That's a huge hole to poke. It allows them to cross that street freely.
Yeah, and Icy Woods could almost approach up the center with Stray Jack and Paz coming in from the backyards. Now Thrywin's going to have to be the one to stop this.
Wonder if he has any idea how many. I mean, there's definitely 3 back there. And Fred pick up the first one and picks up Paz. Great peek and shot.
Only down once again, and Thrywin picking one up, going for the revive and getting the confirm. That revive being available, almost working in favor for Thrywin, as beginners made a really risky push out to get it.
It was a key moment for him. And, it's that Onward special where, the moment that you look at something or the moment you stop looking at something, that's when the change happens, and it worked out well for Thrin in this particular case.
Wood still managing to hold up this center of the street. He's going to play a key role as the defense needs to rotate back and forth. Nobody's getting across that street without Icy Woods having something to say about it.
We are going to see it coming in from the other side over there with Killinger. They're starting to push in as Icy Woods is going to push down the street. And it's really going to start to crunch in towards the objective here. We have 1:30 left. There's 3 to 4 beginners at this point. 0-0 round 1.
Premature C4 coming out there as Icy Woods finds a rotating Thrywin again, trying to maneuver his way around that street, bringing this to an even 3-3 now. And it's pretty much down to Smoils in a 1v2 on Embo and Nutjob, and then Shadow almost in a 1v1 with Killinger.
Huge moment here to kick off the round. I mean, it's as a 3-3. I mean, this still could be anybody's game, and it's Beginners have their work in front of them with 45 seconds here left on the clock.
And Icy Woods had a really nice little quiet flank going on. He went for some confirm shots, so Nutjob turned around momentarily, but now he's refocused on. And now they're danger from the back. Icy Woods still making that rotation. Smoyles getting caught out from Nutjob. And now the flashbangs come out in the pinch. Oh, Shadow Warrior with a nice shot from lane number 2. Gonna shut that down. Now Killinger caught in the middle of 3. Vikings taking the first point.
Comfortably with 3 up too, but 2 of those are revives. So in fairness, those revives are huge, and I think they can be a huge momentum swing as it did. It gave them essentially, instead of playing with 5, they're playing with 7 because they had, 2 of them came back up again. A really well-timed attack, I think, at the end with a 3-on-3 pressed in. Definitely made all the momentum shift in there, and the Beginners made a solid stand going into it. But Vikings had the angles covered as they moved into it, and really just came away with the first round W.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be really rough for Beginners to get across with that gap in the smoke, but they had the nice shots. They managed to get across, but Thrywin just doing work over there in the north side in the backyards. That was key. Without that solid pinch from the north and south, with only Icy Woods being there, I think that's what really locked it in for Vikings.
100%. And I think Icy Woods, with his initial pick out, it really opened up the center to enable that cross to get on the other side and created the dangerous play that Thrywin had to then make the counter play on, if you will. It was a great job on both sides.
And something we didn't really mention here, this objective being one of the relatively newer objectives, both of these teams being veteran teams on a veteran map, but a non-veteran objective. So all the plays here are kind of a mixture of known/unknown that they're having to deal with
100%.
As we move into round number 2.
It's a great point. How do you think they're going to answer back to this? Do you think we'll see kind of a similar outside-in objective defense here from Beginners, where they'll kind of take control of the middle of the map and prevent the cross?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of pushed up, very eerily planned positions here coming out from Beginners. Some very calculated smokes to cover some crosses here, as they knew what angles to cover that they took the round before. Strayjack managing to pick up Thrywin. A little bit of payback there from the previous round.
Great shot from Strayjack as well.
Yep.
That's an early 5-on-4 lead. That's going to make Beginners feel a little bit more comfortable here. And Vikings very spread out on this offense. I think they're going to try a little bit of poking and prodding, similar to the Beginner style, but I think it's going to be faster.
100% agree. And you can kind of hear even the comms of Beginners. They're not shook at the moment. They're very calm. They're not strained. I think we're going to see some very strong, kind of answer back for this defensive Volk round on the new objective coming in from Beginners here.
Definitely. Beginners, again, like we talked about, they have been here over and over. They know the setup. They know the format. They know the pressure. Vikings, on the other hand, really haven't. They know pressure in hard matches. They've played hard enemies, but in this environment, not so much. Greyjack picking up another on lane 2. A crossing Shadow Warrior, again only down, but an easy confirm.
Looks like it had fallen behind the white fence. It was great shot. Strayjack really in just a strong position to kind of divide the map. We'll say, I guess it's vertically, technically, by the map's perspective, but getting that long line and preventing all of those crosses coming out. But I think the last time Vikings were in finals was season 8, I believe. Maybe it was around there. So they've definitely been here before, but the Beginners definitely have the upper hand on number of times in a final scenario.
Well, I'm liking this smoke cross that's going to come out, but the little bit of gap that was there in the smoke, manages to allow Embo to get picked up, but knocked him with a nice little refrag off the white car. Down to a 4.5 V2. Again, just a down. So many key downs here, ending in revives.
It's a great revive bringing back from Stray Jack, who's just having a heck of a round here, picking back up Icy Woods. Noctum's trying to pick him up out there with a single shot, and does. Retakes him. Oh no, with the team kill. Paz does pick up Killinger here as the C4 was a bit too close. Quick revive comes out. Much in the spirit of it, a lot of fortunate just downs for them in that particular case.
They have a little bit of danger close on the objective here. Nutjob just sneakily poking his way through what could be a hole in the defense. Pause, watching the cross, but you might be able to get close enough to the objective without crossing in his line. Oh, Smoils might have the angle under the Humvee, though. He does. He's looking for some toes onto Nutjob. He's also going to have to deal with Pause, but doesn't quite get the shots off quick enough. Pause manages to scoop that up. Noctum now left all alone versus the 4-man beginner defense.
You know, it was a critical line that Smalls is holding there. I do kind of feel like that was critical. I mean, it had to be there, and great job identifying and just watching the tippy tappy feats that are happening underneath the Humvee there. 2 minutes left.
What was nice about Smoils' position is it was a lot about information. Even if he didn't catch the toes, Paz was easily there to react off of any information.
Absolutely.
Oh! Nice pickup onto lane 2 onto Stray Jack, the one cutting the map in half. It's gonna allow Noctum a little bit more room for moving around. He might actually catch Paz out in the middle of the street here if he peeks wide. It's gonna be close.
Oh man.
And he finds the shot. Oh man, the 1v2, what was a 1v4. 60 seconds on the clock.
I think they're moving along here. We've got 1 minute left. And the lasers kind of looking around. They are not looking objective side. I mean, I don't think they know where to look.
I think beginners are just a little tunnel vision. Smoils still has his head on a swivel a little bit, so he understands the danger, but Killinger's really locked on to the street here. They're basically watching the same angle right now, which is very dangerous. I think they need to be communicating exactly where they're looking right now. Noctum manages to catch the side of Smoils. Killinger reacting onto this, watching that same line that Paz was watching. That's going to be the cross Noctum has to take.
18 seconds left here. He's going to have to move on out.
Oh.
He had to take his peek. Killinger does pick that up, brings this to a 1-1. Great job, Killinger, holding that line. Fortunate, I think, for them. I mean, we'll go to what if, if he had just walked right by, I mean, that very well could have ended up into a bad scenario where he's behind the APC. But just a key moment happened, and it allowed, really a 1-1 as we drive on here through this second round of the semifinals.
Yeah, beginners took the first 5 minutes of that so commandingly, and then the last minute and a half to minute was, wow, anybody's round at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really, it became a much closer round. I mean, you had Noctum just put in work there at the end, a 1v4, and pushed him on out there. Just being so patient. I think had he had maybe another minute at the end, he could have even done some more damage on top of it. It was great movement all the way across the board from Vikings, and a even stellar defense from beginners to answer back on that Volk round.
I think if that smoke had just been a little bit better for them and they managed to make that north cross, that could have been a very different round. But now we're into the 1-1 tie going into a new objective. Now a quote-unquote veteran objective on the red car.
The red car is a classic one for sure. Been around forever. It, for a while, it was the only one on this half of the map. It was a fairly neglected side of the map here, but it gives a number of different points of cover here. You got that fence. We've got concrete cylinders all around the board. I'm excited to see what Vikings push out here as far as the defense structure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and this is one of those objectives where the notorious lane 3 can come into pretty big play here.
Absolutely. Looks like there's some handoffs happening here on the Vikings side as they're moving out into position.
Again, beginners taking their very early lines for not just the pre-fire, but just information. Anything they can grab about this enemy defense, they're going to try and use for the second half of the round.
It's not going to give them much, I don't think, in this case. The Vikings got into their positions really early and they're hunkering down. They're going to hold that line. And so instead of last time where we really had an outside-in sort of defense, we're having an inside-out defense this time around and waiting for those beginners to come to them.
What's going to be really interesting is at what point in the round will the whole beginners team have crossed the center line? I think that's a really big thing about Suburbia is how quickly teams take the center line, and that really affects the entire round. It looks like Vikings have opted to give up the center line and are focusing only on the objective street.
A big contrast of a difference from the last round for sure. I think Thrim here is going to be in a solid position here, laying. It's an interesting one. You'd always talk about concealment versus cover. And Thrin really going after concealment in this case as the bushes really obfuscate the view one way or the other. But there's nothing that's going to stop those bullets. So he should get the first view. We'll see how that plays out.
I'm liking the angle he's holding. But something to note here, some little parity differences. I don't know if those bushes exist on Quest. So if any of the beginners are on Quest, they might just see a Thrywind just laying out there in the open.
It looks like he did miss Icy Woods coming through. Icy Woods taking a peek over the top, but he's not seeing him yet. But with the bullets, he's known that he's there. Thrin's watching. It looks like underneath the APC here.
Beginner still not taking the center line yet.
Smoke comes out.
Good smoke. Oh, wow.
Right on Thrin.
Oh my god, that's going to force him off of that objective.
Which he did, and he did pick up. He did tag the toes of... He's moving up the line. Crawling through the smoke.
Jack right on top of him. Thrywind just being the Vietnam in the ditch here, hiding his way in the smoke, and Shadow Warrior picks up Stray Jack right on top of him.
He's going to show up behind everybody.
That pass right by him.
Oh, and he picks up two right out the gate, crossing behind that car. Is Stray Jack still there? No, Stray Jack's moved away.
Oh, and they pick up the last one. Vikings taking the defensive round on that objective.
It did. Well, and I think just that, what I'm most impressed by there with Thrawn is just the stones to stand in the middle of gunfire happening everywhere. And it's like, and understand for those, that haven't played or playing Onward, the home game, he's laying on the floor in his house and he's just creepy crawling along and there's fire happening everywhere. He can't see anything with the smoke. Like he's just walking through the smoke with the fence as his guide. It was huge. It put him right behind everybody, which allowed that big two-person pickup. And really, even Killinger was passed on the fence side and would have had to have backed up in order to clear it out. It was a huge thing to be sitting in the middle of two bushes on a sidewalk. Great play. It worked out really well for him.
He talked about concealment versus cover. He was given concealment times 10 right there.
Absolutely. Well, and I think Icy Wood shot into the bushes, and it just, none of the bullets connected. It just didn't happen. So it was a risk reward play, and it came out just, they rolled a 20 on that one for sure. It's a great job. It's a highlight reel of a play there. Now we're going to have to see, we've seen now just Volk rounds back to back for this win. And beginners are going to have to answer back. Do you think they're going to take kind of a similar classic line of defense there where they'll be objective focused?
I suspect beginners are going to hold a little bit more outward instead of inward. I think they're going to use a little bit of extra lines to their advantage and be a little less condensed. But I could be wrong here. Beginners do like to swing a couple different ways on the way they do things.
Absolutely. I imagine we will see a beginning opening fire line here with Samolas looking down that center lane towards one of the primary cross lanes. We'll probably see a shot there. We'll see how that works out here. And no pre-fire this time.
Looking at the Vikings offense here, they're pretty grouped up. Focus more on the east side of the map. I wonder if that's going to be their final approach through playground directly onto the objective, or if they're going to try end game something similar to beginners.
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Smoils really has that edge cross, and he's taken a different line of approach into there. But we're going to see Nutjob here trying to get an early pick really and push on through and try to start in the middle. Oh!
Another grenade, not going to find anybody, but Nutjob downed a beautiful defensive nade onto the playground. Just a down though, and no confirm.
I wonder if they know. They're watching that area, but it's they likely don't know. So we are back to a 5-on-5, 1-2. Vikings currently holds the lead here as they're attacking and trying to put on the hurt. There's the C4 that went off.
Similar defensive setup here, all focused on this objective road.
There's probably one on the east house port.
Only pause actually on the other side of the street though.
Absolutely. Well, and he's on a porch, so he's covered by a whole house. I think that this is interesting, though, to your point from last round. They have moved and taken over really the center of the map, if you will, lengthwise here now across and starting to move in. So we'll see when they decide to penetrate kind of the street, if you will, and get across. Ooh.
And this is almost danger close to the objective here. Shadow Warrior knocked him, and Embo could challenge it in the next few seconds.
One down lane 3, echo 3.
That's what's so dangerous about this lane 3 approach. Icy Woods managing to shut down, knocked him through that bush though. That's going to be the danger point. Icy Woods has an early line into that fence, and he's going to be really tough to dig out behind that concrete barricade.
100% here, and it's so powerful from that little triangle as well. As it's a one-way street for that, and he gets most of the cover and concealment by those barriers. It'll be something that they will have to deal with before they're able to cross that street, and we'll see if Nutjob gets an opportunity to pick up vision onto Woods. And I mean, he has to suspect that he's probably there and is going to choose to, it looks like, rotate away a little bit.
Embo on the same angle that his teammate just died on, very risky with the slits in those bushes. Might give away his movement.
It is entirely possible. They're all settling in here. We got 2 minutes, 45 seconds of smoke coming out from Nutjob to smoke out Woods, and so he can make that move and that motion across.
Gonna be key. If that smoke was a little bit further, it would have completely forced Icy Woods out of that triangle.
Or he could have, pulled a Thrawn and just hung out in the smoke.
Oh, but Icy Woods peeks over just in time to see Embo nudging around into the 1v4.
Great spot. He is a sentinel there inside that triangle.
Icy Woods definitely playing the key role here and shutting down the offense. Nutjob taking some shots, not quite finding the head. And Icy Woods with a very timely peek finishes it off. 4 beginners taking their second point. Again, another Volk round.
Wow. It's excellent. That position is I mean, it's so strong. Woods played it perfectly to a T. Smoked out, didn't get vision, like all caught up into the smoke and everything else that goes along with it. Turns and looks into lane 3 that you're calling out earlier. Picks up someone in the bush there with a little bit of movement through the bush. I think a big kudos to Icy Woods there from beginners, picking up some really key plays out of that.
And now we move on to an interesting change in style as far as objectives go. We're moving into the middle house, which, oh man, this could get very spicy. We could see less methodical clearing of the street, and we're going to see a lot more tight in the close quarters on objective fighting.
Absolutely. And it's one of those houses that once you're in it, chaos reigns. This could be actually a really good thing for Vikings as well, as they're kind of less prescriptive, if you will, and kind of play a more fluid style gameplay. Once you get into that house, it's kind of there are 2 or 3 key spots that you really need to keep an eye on upstairs. Other than that, the house is a big kill box that anybody could really take the advantage and the upper hand on very quickly.
Yeah, I suspect a lot of chaos here, and I'm curious to see just how aggressive beginners choose to take this. If they try and surround the building before they move in, or if they move in some combination of the two. It's going to be very interesting.
And Vikings being kind of the open defense here. I'm just excited for it. It looks like they're all stacking up to one side. They are going to give them the right side of the house, maybe in an attempt to protect themselves from maybe a pre-fire line that might exist. We're going to have from the beginner side, it's split up like 2-2 and 1. Straight Jack going farthest. Smoils with Killinger going up the middle.
Lots of early pre-fire in the center, not going to find any marks, but Killinger goes down to Thrywind, getting aggressive through the backyard.
Nutjob almost picked up pause there in that early pre-fire. Pause just kind of squeaking back out there, barely missing it. Thrywind going to be picked up by Pause, however, down the center line just before Smoils is going to round the corner there and is protected.
Very early aggression from honestly both teams. Getting picked up by pre-fires, and then Thrywind trying to push the advantage he had up the center, get shut down from that. And now things are calming down. A couple of grenades get thrown into the playground, but don't find any marks. We're into a 4v4.
It is a 4v4. Pause kind of getting that kind of high-level view, if you will, of the front of the house here, and kind of scanning around. There's not much to find, unfortunately, for him, but it's a good spot. He takes a little bit of shot into the cover, which I'm sure now they're going to be covering, shooting into a lot more bushes from a couple rounds ago here. Lesson learned.
Something interesting to note, Nutjob is the only one on objective, and there's nobody watching the backyard. If they did a heavy backyard push and up the stairs, if Shadow Warrior misses the shots into the front of the house onto the stairwell, this could be an open objective.
Very well could be. And once you're up there, I mean, it's kind of similar to like a center key out or something of that nature. I mean, it's hard to dig you out of that upstairs once you have control of it.
Looking in here, Smoils making that backyard approach could be key. Noctum making a slight rotation here. I think he recognizes maybe this hole that exists and is trying to fill it.
Will they be there in time? Icy Woods is going to start to push forward here on Imbo. Imbo's going to come up.
Ooh.
and is gonna shut that push down, giving them the person advantage here. Goes now to Vikings with 4 defenders up, 3 attacking to beginners coming in, and still 3.5 minutes. Tons of Onward gameplay left within this round.
The defenses coming out here on Squirrely are just so powerful. Both teams are struggling to make solid punches.
Paz is trying to, it looks like trying to locate where when Icy Woods was doing the push and trying to find out where Woods got shot from. Checking into his tablet here, moving along. Embo has tucked back in. There's a grenade coming up over. It's going to be a little long. Embo does identify it, but it is of no risk to Embo.
What was a very condensed beginner's attack has now spread out quite a bit. Noctum picking up the lone stray jack over in the lane 1 area. Paz and Smoils having now grouped up together.
And you kind of have to at this point. I mean, assuming they have an accurate kill count, I mean, it's a 2v4 scenario, and they're trying to just find a hole that they can punch through and work their way forward from. But they really need some picks at this point. Embo's probably hears their comms, which is causing him to walk across the front of this garage here and approach a grenade, or it's a flash that goes out over the top. It might have gotten him, and it did.
Yep.
Smoils comes around the corner and picks that up, and now opens up that side. Noctum now has to turn and answer the call. Shadow Warrior has to... I shouldn't have said it.
What a shot.
What a shot. That was a beautiful... Probably all he could see was his head around the corner there, picking that up. We are now down to a 2-on-2. Smoils and Paz have created an opportunity for beginners to drag this back and take away a first Marsoc round.
Smoils and Paz going in for the pinch, but Nutjob with a solid angle right into that window. Smoils just exposes himself a little too much, but Paz is actually going to go for the revive.
Wow.
Oh, Nutjob can't quite find the shots, and the trade comes out. Paz is on objective. Noctum is crashing, but Paz is here. He's waiting for the... Oh, Noctum almost finds the shots.
Oh, and we've got our first Marsoc round! Wow!
Wow. That was anybody's round. The trade, Paz making his way up the stairs right before Noctum could shut him down in the back, giving Paz the high ground, and Paz with the discipline not to pull out the tablet. He just waits for the crash onto objective, and the Marsoc round comes out.
It was great. He did get tagged, it sounded like, around that corner. As he went to go hide in that room, he did take a bullet. He may have even been injured for that last part of that round there as they were going in for that final confirm to pull that out into that 3-2. Huge W for beginners coming out. And what you would expect from a tenured team is just that composure to not, push for the cap and move that along.
Yeah, and that started as a 4v2, as we alluded to. 4-man defense just methodically shut down one by one there as the refrags just couldn't quite come out. And something to note, even though they were exposed out in the open, they had an idea Embo might have been there, they were openly talking to each other, and that is just so important for the final moments of a round, is communication. Constantly knowing what your teammates' intentions are, despite the fact that the enemy might hear you.
Absolutely. When Embo did hear him, which caused him to be out there, they threw a flash over the top, and it just made it to the point where they could clear that initial corner, which opened up the defense on that side. A really hard throw from behind, especially in Playground, to get it over there. And it's only, only get a couple seconds from the time you pull that pin on a flash. It's a great throw.
Beautiful play, and now we're moving into a 3-2. Beginners on the high end here with a defensive round.
And we're going to have to see an upset coming in from Vikings here, pushing in for a Marsoc win in order to make this happen.
And this could potentially be the match, or the map point for either team if Vikings somehow upset enough for a cap here.
This is very true. I'd love to see a cap here, just because anything that ends on a cap is always beautiful, but it's You know, the
Yeah,
but
how
of course,
tight beginners are playing though.
yeah, they're not letting that happen. Not without a huge fight. They're all within that house. Much in the contrast to say, good pickup from Thrawn there. Much to the change between what was Vikings defense in the last round, where they only had one in the building.
Yeah, this is polar opposite. The entire beginner squad is just hard focused on this building, with the exception of Killinger playing a bit more of a back sneaky role here, just looking for long crosses. Oh!
Backboard shot off of the house, which generates that. Killinger's going to throw a splash out there, probably get close enough. Does get the revive pack onto Smoils. A couple of grenades coming out. Grenade may be dangerous here no, it's just going to come up just shy of knocked him in Shadow Warrior. Thrawn coming around the corner, does reconfirm a res Smoils. Killinger going to retreat to the porch. Thrawn coming around the corner. Does miss the initial shots, but comes back around. That's 3 for Thrawn. That's a 3 power. This beginning of this round here is having just a heck of a round. We have a 5-on-2. Both are in the house. Thrawn picking up the 4th one here this round. Are we going to see an ace?
We could see an ace here as he comes up, looking for the shots on Dynasty Woods. Oh, but Tablet is out. He's got Tablet out in the corner, but Shadow Warrior finds the kill. Oh my goodness, that was close. If Shadow Warrior had just used himself as a bullet sponge, that could have been different. We could have seen that miraculous cap.
I think it was the right play, honestly. Like, I always want to see a win happen on a cap because they're so huge when they happen, especially upstairs in center house, but it was the right play. I mean, you think all of the wins that have happened, with the exception of the last 2, have been Volk wins. They're going to go into the final round. We have a 3-3 on map 1 of this series, and Vikings are going to go in with a defensive round. I think that was the right play, but he should have been a bullet sponge. It would have made for such a better, such a better story. I'm right there with you.
Oh, man.
The next objective we're going in here is this isn't a new objective. This is one of the classics, isn't it?
Yep. Classic objective. Coming in onto the white car.
We're going to make me a liar within the same. I had forgotten about this objective until just now. This is the other objective on this street, out of the classic, whatever, 5 or 6 objectives that exist on this map. This one's a fun one. I'm excited for this, and it'll be interesting. There's not a diamond, per se, like they had on the other side, but you can treat that white car as almost a diamond. And you get a lot of cover between that and the boxes here. What do you think we're going to see from Vikings? Are they going to be pushed out? Are they going to be inward facing? What do you think their focus here is going to be?
I think they have so far found a lot of fruit with being tucked in. However, I think we're going to see a similar defense as to what they brought out with the Humvee objective. I think they're going to try and cut this in a diagonal line. And I gotta wonder if beginners are gonna expect that for them to play similar spots.
I would hope so. Actually, on both. I mean, I think beginners should absolutely expect it. I think Vikings experience success within that. They absolutely should. I think on some level, and cut that in half and meet them in the middle rather than on the other side. Some pre-fire is going to come out here across the board. That's so close, but I don't think it's going to catch anybody.
Just to prove me wrong, Shadow Warrior has moved all the way up to these Hesto boxes over on between lanes 1 and 2 here. A common position, but it hasn't been played defensively yet, so beginners should check it, but they might not be ready for it.
I mean, he should have the early peek on it. And I mean, it would be interesting to see, because I mean, we saw Thrin really play within the smoke in between those 2 bushes. Oddly enough, he's also back there again. I don't know that that'll work twice on them, but Shadow Warrior is kind of in a similar position out there in the middle, and just needs to be tucked in, and may have an opportunity to go for broke there and get behind them.
I think we're going to see a very similar attack structure here over on lane 4. I think the final approach is going to be smoke out and try and cross this street, get on the other side of the objective. Embo and Noctum well prepared for an approach like this. But I think Noctum's position over on the red car is going to be very dangerous here. And I think best case, this ends in a trade.
I think I agree with you here. And I mean, really, if you look at the overhead map, beginners have not left the starting area really much yet. They're still back there and only on a quarter of the map, if you will. They have 4 minutes remaining, so they have tons of time, but we're going to see them start to branch out here. And I think we could see an early contact, I think, between Noctum first and probably Icy Woods or Pause. And I think you're 100% right. A trade is likely.
Oh, the grenade right onto Shadow Warrior's position. Killinger fully ready for somebody to possibly be there. A perfect grenade.
Wow.
Only a down, but a key pickup nonetheless.
That was an excellent throw. I wonder if that was just a check or if that was he meant to throw it in the middle of the houses or over the houses, because it was, had it gone farther, that was in line with, you know, Thrin or Nutjob. And I wonder if there is a call out from Shadow Warrior here identifying 3 in Playground. So he is giving away key pieces of information still to the rest of his team, despite the fact that he was down. And his body must be out of sight for Smoils, because, or maybe he's looking. We'll see.
Comes the smoke to prepare for the final assault here all across that street. We'll see if there's any holes in it. Just a little sliver so far that Embo can see through. And Noctum both looking through that sliver, and the fire comes out. Noctum finding Icy Woods. And the rest of the beginners coming up to challenge it. Pause getting injured. Treyjack making his way straight through the center here. Embo picking up another. Treyjack finds Noctum. Brywin finds Pause, effectively shutting down that aggressive push. Down to a 2.5 v 3.5.
What a shocking amount of halves we've had in the last, you know, in the games in the semi so far. It's an amazing, amazing change. Just that it's just, there's been so many downs but not outs. They should be able to revive Killinger, though they may not, as he's in a key spot to provide intel forward.
Being out in the middle of the street here, he can see everything. Strayjack doesn't need to peek at all. He can just go off of Killinger's callouts. But Embo and Strayjack are like in line of sight of each other. If Embo peeks over this Hesco, Strayjack's just there.
They did. So Killinger did get a call out. It sounded like onto the front.
Oh, the shots from Embo give him away. Strayjack only tags him. And Brywin going up the center for a flank. Can't quite find the shots onto Smoils. Smoils just ducking down in time. A flashbang comes out right onto him, but Brywin doesn't push it. He's going to rotate onto Strayjack's position. Killinger should have the callouts. Wow, Thrywin gets the confirm hearing those callouts, but Strayjack with the M16, what sounded like possibly single shot, just manages to catch him. And now we're into a 2v2.
That was shocking.
60 seconds.
I was shocking he didn't start with Strayjack and then come across to Killinger. Maybe he heard Killinger giving it away, and so he figured he'd take the confirm first. But Ember should have, I would think Embo should have had the call out on the porch. They should have known he was there. In fairness, we have caster vision to those in Onward, the home game, so we can see everything. So of course it's like, of course he's right there. They don't know necessarily. It's all on callouts and how accurate those are. But for a 2-on-2, Smoils is going to be pushing forward here, getting danger close to Nutjob.
Oh, and Embo just needs to peek out here, and he does, and finds the refrag. But Strayjack rushes around the corner and doesn't react. Embo picking him up and giving Vikings map number 1 of the series.
Wow. What a game. I mean, it came down to a nail biter there at the end. It was like literally it was a 1v, well, we'll say 1.5. It was such a great play from both sides. Really, I mean, you think Vikings just obviously pulled it out there at the end. Thrawn coming away with 11 kills, knocked him with 8. Just having standout runs all the way across the board. Thrin almost picking up, I think he was the one who pushed into that house last round. They just bang up job across the board. What a shocking first map here in the Burbia. What do you think?
Some crazy rounds. We saw a lot of solid Volk defensive holds that the offenses struggled with. As soon as we went into the close quarters, though, everything changed. It became Marsoc heavy, and I think that's gonna that might influence what map we go into here after Suburbia. This is gonna now be a Vikings map choice, having taken beginner's map choice.
It's crazy to think even how this has gone so far, and it's interesting. You think the cargo ban. Whenever we got into that upstairs area and things got danger close, now they quickly became Marsoc exclusive rounds. It'd be interesting. It actually, I am okay that cargo was banned, but disappointed because I think a fight that close would make for some really exciting gunplay between both of them. And this, Woods had some stellar shots really across the board and is a marksman at heart. Just taking names and numbers throughout some of those rounds. What do you think the next map might be here? What do you think we're going to move into next?
If I recall correctly, Vikings have an affinity for Subway. They do enjoy playing it. Whether or not they want to challenge a team like beginners on it, though, is a question. I don't think they're going to go Bazaar necessarily, as, again, that is a very tough one to challenge beginners on. All maps are, but those in particular, I want to see close quarters, so I want to say Subway.
Yeah, it could be. From the Vikings perspective, do you think maybe we see a big map? I don't know that I think it's a great pick. I think Subway is likely more likely than per se some of the others, but they also really like Snow Peak, as that's re-entered back into the league this season as well. Do you think we see a map such as that?
Well, I was considering it. However, the final decision has just come out here. We are going to what we saw in the first half. We're going into another Subway round.
Subway's a fantastic
map. We're going to keep it close.
I like the choice. It is. It does not hurt my feelings in the slightest.
I'm hoping that, unlike in the first half, though, I'm hoping to see a North Stairs objective, as those are always so much fun to watch. The whole map is fun to watch, but man, North Stairs really takes the cake as one of my favorite objectives in the entire game to witness.
100%. And from the caster deck, you can't, and you get a bird's eye view of compact action, and there are key points you have to have control of to win that. One of those is North Stair. So hopefully here at Objective 2. However, it does look like, similarly to Suburbia, we're going to be on one of the, what did Wookie coin earlier? The new objectives coming into it. So you do get a stair. It's just not the North Stair.
And actually, this one challenges my love for North Stairs. I actually really enjoy this new objective. Partially because of the South Stair control now becomes important. As an attacker, you're fighting uphill if you choose to attack from the south. And it's always intriguing to see the timing and how people go about that.
Absolutely. And a late push up the South Stairs, like a late in the round, there's only a couple of, it's insane. And you wouldn't think, because, you go back to that famous movie, I've Got the High Ground, but it doesn't count somehow at the end of an Onward round. Like, the high ground counts for nothing. And we see so many just deadly late pushes up those stairs versus the opposite for North, where it's early pushes down the stairs. It's exciting. And then you get, but there's multiple avenues into the objective as well. You've got that alley coming out, trash can alley, and then you come around from catwalk. There's just so many avenues to come at this objective, and you only have 5 people to cover them.
And we're about to see just how these teams opt to take those challenges into their strategies as we hop into round number 1 of map number 2.
We're going to see what happens, and Vikings have to feel strong after that, and it looks like they are going to pick 4 at least in the initial off into the top, and I imagine they'll can take control of one of the 2 objectives. We'll see a spread out defense here, hopefully from beginners as well.
But we're seeing a very fast push out here into the alleyway. Straight Jack cleaning up Shadow Warrior, and Embo almost getting picked up himself. A very early lead for beginners. I don't think Vikings expected such aggression.
That's such a different beginners there. That was amazing aggression out of putting 3 there. Paz, Killinger, and Stray Jack just all moving across and just shutting that approach down. I mean, ended as soon as it began.
And I think not only were they going for an early kill, but a secondary objective of that was to get Stray Jack over here inside of the horseshoe.
Absolutely, and that could be critical for them get that late push around and flank from behind and control of the cat. They no longer have to worry about that. That is a safe alley for them to move within. Looking back towards objective here, of course, we have Icy Woods covering it. And there's some grenades happening down here in Sex Shop Alley.
Yeah, Thrywin and Nutjob looking to make their stage up here in the West Alley. Just trying to ensure that their angles are covered, and this is going to play key into the final roll if they manage to stay alive. Looking back, though, Killinger might be thinking about a flank here. Embo just waiting for that. Noctum picks up Icy Woods over on the south stairs. A major pickup going to force Smoils to look away from his angle and look down the south stairs. And now all these rotations have to come out to continue to watch the West Alley. Pause picks up Thrywin, getting aggressive around the corner. Now Nutjob looking to challenge. And gets picked up himself down to a 2v4. Noctum still danger close here on the south stairs. Grenade goes down. A good flashbang. Smoil's not going to push his luck, though.
And nor should he. I mean, really, at this point, he has high ground on it. He has full perspective of stairs. And they have, 4 up to 2 on the Vikings side here. They'll need to push in from another angle.
Greyjack and Embo were just moments away from seeing each other out in this alley here, as both of them peeking out of their little corners at just the wrong times.
Moyle's still trying to watch the bottom of the stairs. Noctum trying to kind of crawl out and take a peek.
Well, both of these encounters are just moments away, but Noctum goes for the throw and gets shut down. Now down to Embo, reacting off of those shots as he popped a smoke right onto Stray Jack's position, allowing him to get this rotation.
We have another 1v4 scenario here.
I wonder if Embo was looking for Stray Jack. I wonder if he knew that Stray Jack might be there. And the trade comes out. Beginners taking that first point, but it kind of alludes to the fact that all these teams have been casted, have been looked at. Was Embo working off of possible information he's gathered from previous games, previous casts?
It's entirely possible. He may have also, because there was the contact that happened down there earlier, may go and be maybe hunting for what had happened out there with Icy Woods. So maybe he thought maybe there was somebody going out there for a revive or something of that nature. But it was an interesting turn, because the classic move there would be to put someone at the dumpster, somebody back behind those that little planter box that exists, and you counter watch each other. It was interesting to watch him peel down the catwalk. I'm not really sure, but I think it was intentional. But I'm not sure what the thought was, but it was intentional. And it just didn't work out at the end of the day. And so, as expected, you're supposed to win the Volk rounds. And beginners coming away with 4 defenders up. I think it was 3 by the time the last trade out happened. commanding initial defending round there on a new objective in Subway. I think is a great kickoff of a start for them moving in here to round 2. Now with Vikings going to have to take up the charge in their defensive posture.
Yeah, all of these teams, all 4 of these teams here today coming out with everything they have, all the information they can possibly put on their plate about the other teams, about the competition, about the maps, and about their own strategies. They are putting it all on the table all at once to come out and make their way into the finals.
Now this will be a slight change here as we're heading into the next round. So Vikings had gotten quick spawn up on top of North Stairs. It does look like we're going to have beginners underneath, so it'll be a little bit of a slower push, and they'll get to make a decision early on. Are they going to take the South Stairs earlier or later, really, across the board, and what directions will they come up on top? And it looks like they're going to do a similar split up of 4 and 1. We do have Noctum coming down here on the South Stairs very early and hiding in a corner with C4
on camera 4. Yeah, C4 on camera 4. Popped that up and then immediately took cover.
Ooh, sneaky deaky. I like it. And just going to sit there with a clicker, I would imagine, or somebody will.
Embo about to find his way with Thrywin into a 2v4 out in the market.
I didn't get it.
He's on the
What
stairs.
are we going to see
leading out.
here?
Both of them. Oh, Nutjob coming to join up and kind of support that angle there. Very tight angle into the market. Might catch Icy Woods right in the face, and he does.
What a tight angle.
Key pickup.
Thrawn coming forward. This flash goes around the corner. Likely did get Thrawn. Came around. And Killinger coming up with a double there. Thrawn and Nutjob picking that back up to bring it to a man-up advantage on beginner's side.
Solid peek out. What looked like a good hold from Vikings, shut down by one flashbang. Utility just so important.
Hiding places in sex.
Was that? It was a great throw on Killinger's part. It was just absolutely clutch. We're going to see Embo here has an early contact with Paz if they decide to take these stairs here. I don't know that they know he's there.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, Paz was acting like it was possible, but I don't think there was any point where Embo could have been identified.
I don't think so. And Killinger is watching that line in front of it as well. And so we'll see kind of what's covered up there. But, I mean, they don't, as we can see here, they don't have an identification into the front, or they don't have a way to see him on the backside of the stack of bricks there.
The best way to clear Embo out, if not by utility, would be somebody poking up on the horseshoe and catching him that way. Otherwise, you're risking a trade around a corner.
Even up on top of the horseshoe, I think that ends out as a trade. It's hard to say. Killinger going to be laying down here and starting to creepy crawl across, looking up towards the top of the stairwell here. I don't think he has anybody to see up there on that side. It's just Embo covering those stairs. And if Embo is patient and they don't check behind them, that could ultimately lead into a 2 or 3 before anybody gets a chance to turn around.
And Embo has 2 flashbangs on him. We saw a flashbang to throw the tide of this beginner's assault over there in the other alley. We could see it here too.
If he is laying on the floor, Embo should probably just...
It'd be a knife.
Could we see a knife? I would actually be really good. Oh! And a trade out.
A 1-to-2 ratio. Again, we're going into a 2v2 as both squads picking up a couple there on some corner trades.
With no call-outs. There's a confirm. It's a dangerous one. And another trade.
Into the 1v1.
1v1. Now, Noctum's in a pickle. He doesn't know whether or not, and this gets back to us late stair pushes. Smile's going to rotate all the way around and make it happen. Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, man. And Noctum Smoils has a chance to identify that there's only one defender left. He has all these bodies around to count. Noctum, however, has nothing to work off of. All he heard was shots. There's no way those trades could have been called out. You gotta wonder, what kill count does Noctum assume that he's on right now?
I mean, the only one he's got confirmed was the first one. The other 3 technically happened in trades back-to-back, and there was no idea. Smoils is going to run around here. He's going to come up towards the bottom of north stairs.
Right onto south stairs, but Noctum pushes off of it just in time to save his life. But I don't think Noctum is going to even think about this stairwell approach, as he's so acutely focused on these alleyways.
Although, given that Smoils is standing up, he could easily hear footsteps here as it's approaching. Well, I don't think we're going to see it, though. Smoils got to pick that up. That's going to be a 2-0 2-0 Beginners. What a rotation. Great rotation.
I think I overheard Smoils being a little upset that he didn't knife him.
I mean, a W's a W, you know. What's the saying? 100%. It's not about whether you win or lose, it's how you run up the score. A knife would have been beautiful there. However, he could have turned and, of course, lost the round at that point, too. So I think it was the right call.
Yep. It was a good shot nonetheless. And now we move into a almost polar opposite objective here. The now basement objective. We saw some amazing plays in the first half of the semis over on here with, I believe it was Soldiers in a 1v3 coming down here. A beautiful clutch play to win them this map for Raptors. It's going to be great to see how Beginners and Vikings play this off.
I am looking forward to this here. This is personally one of my more favorite ones, as it can be very hinged on your last and your lone defender, or even a lone attacker, as kind of we saw earlier today. It's going to be one of those things where, as they're moving in, I think this really plays more to the beginner's strength, however, than the Vikings' kind of less prescriptive gameplay. I feel that really we could see Beginners carry away with another W here, and they're moving into a 3-0 answer. But Vikings have shown some very dangerous shooting in this series. Do you think we're going to see some awesome shooting out of them coming in here on this bottom objective?
I really do think so. I think what it's going to come down to is if Beginners let Vikings get close. I think if Vikings get close, it's going to work in their favor. But Beginners have been known to hold a solid defense on the mid platform, and I think that's going to play against Vikings.
Could be a dangerous one having them up there as well. We're going to see this here. 2-0 Beginners, second map, and they're answering back to the Vikings taking away the first map on a nail biter here. Small is gonna push down here, but just set looks like a C4 and probably back up is what I imagine just happened.
And a flashlight on those stairs, an interesting little tidbit that you don't see too often. And C4 on camera 4 there, gonna play a huge role if it doesn't get spotted. But I think Thrywind should see it very clearly, and he does, gets the disable on it. But it is still active from an explosive. A great or well-placed nade down this hallway could still detonate that.
Be a chain reaction that happens here, but they're all backed up. I don't think that there's a danger of it, but of course, Vikings have to respect that it's a possibility.
Nice
nade
little,
comes down.
Clearing nade. This flashlight plays a little bit of a role, but Thrywind is not scared of it. He rushes around and misses the shots. Pause, saving him, but a grenade right onto Smoils from Embolism. And they now hold this hallway. Gonna have to deal with Pause, though, off to the side.
He's going to walk right out there in front of him. Only nicks him once there. Paz is going to fall back. Imbo's going to come back around the corner, goes and clears the previous spot that is sit at. We now have 2 of them down here. Paz going to take the corner and is cleared out. We've got a 3v3, and they control the tunnel.
Jack now going to try his luck here, poking out, checking the cage. Not quite going to see any movement, though. I see Woods finding Noctum over on the mid platform. That's going to shut down any chance of a push unless Embo or Nutjob rotate around. But Embo gets picked up by Jack. The refrag not able to come out. Jack finds the second. Beginners, the solid hold. Managed to 3-0 this.
Jack really shut down that approach from the tunnel, and just as you had predicted earlier in the round, them moving up on that top and mid platform paid dividends to them shutting down that the north stairwell push that was coming in towards the objective there, and just as you called it, was dangerous, bringing us now to that 3-0.
And it's gonna come down to the 3-0. Vikings are a little bit sweating a little bit here. If you're Vikings, what do you do after you've seen Beginners just so commandingly take your map pick so far?
I think something's got to change, right? The pace that they've been playing at, the lines that they've been holding, the motions that they're taking. I think clearly as it's 0-3, it's not working. So what you need to do really as a Vikings offense at this point, or a Vikings defense in this case, is play something different and change up the score. Whether they win or lose this second map, it doesn't matter. They go on to a third map at this point. It'd be great to see him come back. I'd love to see a 3-3 and maybe tip us into a third map as well, because that just builds all that tension that comes across the board with everything. But Vikings need to come out swinging and kind of establish some of those lines and shut down the approaches in there and win the trades, which, of course, is always easier said than done, especially given that we have X-ray vision and we can see everything. But I think that they have an opportunity here. It's a very controlled part of the map here. They just need to capitalize on their advantages in defense here. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Tuning into the comms here a little bit. Just kind of get a good mindset for the teams.
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick placement.
Looks like we've got some early comms here. They do have a C4 planning location in mind with Noctum and Imbo as they start to move into position. Shadow Warrior, Nutjob, and Thrawn all moving up on top. Going to take a similar defensive posture there. Imbo's going to walk down this hallway and
Embo's
continue.
Moving very far. I think this is the off-meta thing that Vikings need to try and throw off the Beginners. However, Embo is all alone. He has no chance for refrag, as his position is definitely a suicide position.
Be interesting to see how this all plays out. It looks like they're going to split down the tunnel 2-2. Pause Jack going towards the westmost tunnel. Icy Woods Killinger taking the main tunnel. Pause is clearing corners as he's going along, making sure to get everything covered.
And he pokes out and finds a pause.
Great timing from
Pause.
He does get the
three
call
other
out.
Beginners to deal with. Oh, a beautiful flash, but a flash back falls right behind the barrels, so it doesn't catch Killinger. Unlucky there, a 1-for-1 trade.
Unfortunate. A great toss, though, for the counter flash. Just unfortunate the way that bounced.
Oils looking for a secondary entry point while the rest of the beginner squad move in through the tunnels. Gonna have to deal with a hiding Noctum with the C4 clacker, it looks like.
One of my favorite things about Onward is off of, whenever you have a teammate that is down, you can go through, or enemy, you can go through and pick through his kit. So anything that you bring can aid your allies or your enemies as it moves forward as well.
Yeah, we actually saw earlier Raptors, I think it was VR Marksman, had picked up an enemy's weapon and used it against them and got a kill or two in a round. And if you look on camera 4, we can see Noctum C4 Surprise. Gonna try and cover that south basement stairwell approach.
It's an interesting decision here that they have made to effectively give them the tunnel. And I wonder if
Vikings are playing way off of objective here.
And really, when you're in that stairwell, and if you do take that tunnel, that stairwell is an attacker's heaven, really. You get so much coverage between the pillars, and then also given from the lip that they're below. It can actually be really difficult to deal with an attacker once they're inside that stair, or inside the railway down there. Across the board, we have 5 people, or 3 people now with 5 kills here. Embo having a heck of a game along with Strayjack and Pause. It'll be interesting to kind of see what happens here. The top is considerably quiet though, as they do have 2 defenders up there, and Nutjob maybe will start to move back down here soon as he's standing on the stairs. But are they going to just go below?
I gotta wonder if Vikings are banking on Beginner's notoriousness for not going for caps, even though they did go for caps in the recent round robin. With all these off-meta positions that they're playing way out here on the middle platform, will they be ready to crash back as the action unfolds outside of this subway tunnel exit?
Yeah, and I feel like time is a little bit on their side as well. I mean, the longer that they wait, the more buildup has to happen for the defenders, and the pressure's on for Vikings at this point.
And the entryway comes out, and the team kill from Shadow. Unfortunate, as the defense is roaming around, seemingly uncontrolled, but another C4 comes out. Did not see that one gonna down Icy Woods, but the revive comes out. Now it's down to a 1v3. Knocked him, throwing the grenade around the corner. Nice little flash. Might have caught Killinger as he ducks down, but I don't think it caught Icy Woods. Knocked him, looking for the pre-fire. Not gonna find it. Icy Woods not quite finding the shots either. He rotates around, knocked him, picks up one. Gonna rotate back and trades with the second. Into a 1v1 as Nutjob crashes onto objective.
Yeah, this is another scenario here where I don't think we have an accurate kill count from the defending side. I don't think Nutjob knows how many are left, and it is just one. Oh, it's got to be a big sigh of relief for him, putting a point on the board for Vikings there, as just kind of that comes out to seal the deal for them. And it's going to push us into the next objective. Well, I mean, what do you think? So we were talking about this earlier on before the round had started. Vikings had to change something. I feel like on some level they did. They started playing these really, I'll call them strange, like positions that were a bit non-meta, and the pressure getting to them even with the team kill, but still pulling the round out. Is it the change that you think will be necessary to carry this forward and make them challenge Beginners here on the next objective?
So, in all honesty, I think that change actually worked against them, as again, that TK with the free roaming defenders and them being so far away. I think they not necessarily got lucky, but the fact that they managed a 2-for-1, I think really played a big role. I think they would have benefited more from playing a bit more meta positions, as I don't think all of that mid-platform coverage actually helped them, as most of the attack was in the tunnels.
100% agree, and I think the team kill could have very easily have spiraled into something bad, and it was fortunate that it was a 2-1 there. And I think having 3 defenders, and really the 2-1 happened with 3 people there, that's very fortunate. That's a hard number to pull out, and to his credit, he did so with ease. It was a good movement there from him, but we're coming in now to the mid-platform objective, which this one's probably more favoring of a chaotic style gameplay, as there's so many points of entry into it. What do you think?
I might have to give this to Beginners, only for the fact that with this mid-platform, there's about a million angles that the offense has to check. While there is a point of entry right on objective, I think Beginners are going to have some really good angles in order to hold that and to keep a cap from coming out.
I agree. Although, interestingly, the positions they chose early they're giving them catwalk. If they chose to send somebody that direction, catwalk is not covered, potentially by Killinger on the north stairwell side. But they're going to come on down. Looks like Paz and Nutjob may have an earlier contact here, as Paz is just creating noise at the top of the stairs.
It was interesting that Paz put that C4 just so open for it to be disabled. I'm wondering if that was more of an early warning and not necessarily meant to catch one out. But if we shoot on over to Icy Woods, he's about to engage with 2 on the south stairs. As I say that, Shadow Warrior manages to catch the head, downing him, but the confirm comes out. Vikings now have a hold on the south. Oh, and the smoke coming out. That's going to allow for a little bit of rotation here. Killinger looking for a refrag opportunity. Might not find it.
Young smoke.
Oh, those were great, superb thrown smokes.
Smokes continuing to come out here, creating a lot of distraction as Nutjob and Nocta make their approach down in the center. Might find a Paz over in the corner. Paz manages to shut down one. Actually, it was a team kill.
Oh, man.
Nocta looking for it, but Paz comes out on top, and Killinger finds Shadow Warrior. An unfortunate turn of events, what looked like a good Vikings pinch. Trywin now making his aggressive push onto Killinger's position. Killinger ducks around and finds the shots. Smoils trades with Embo in the basement at the same time. Beginners commandingly take map number 2.
It was just such a great push. I mean, it was great on Killinger to be patient with, sitting around there, completely smoked out vision, just kind of waiting and patiently holding that line, knowing that Paz had his back coming in from the tunnels. It was an unfortunate series of events that landed there, but the shots just weren't finding Paz down there, and Paz came up really with a solid W out of that particular spot. The 2 of them single-handedly won that round, and just did some amazing efforts there, which allowed them to close that out and bring us into a 3rd map. I think a stellar job for Beginners all the way across the board, taking away, and oddly enough, if I was Beginners in this point, I mean, you might even be concerned because the maps that you choose are what's being taken away. I might take a Volk advantage from the remainder set and let them carry me in.
Yeah, very interesting. Both teams, as you said, took the enemy's map pick. One was very close. This one was a pretty commanding snatch. Where do we go from here? Where do Beginners take this?
I would think that they'd go towards something much more strategic. So, I mean, I think we would see a Snow Peak. We would see like a Quarantine might be a good choice for them. I mean, but we might see a Bazaar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bazaar is a really high possibility, I think, for Beginners. They are solid on that map.
I mean, the only thing I'd say, I mean, the kill spread was fairly even across that. There weren't any really large stands. I mean, Paz maybe with the closest, and arguably should have had 7 instead of 6 because of the team kill there at the end. And then, of course, Embo on the other side even balanced it out there, has 6 kills as well. And I think whatever map we do go into, it's going to be a nail biter. And that's what we want. At least we hope for here at the casting desk here. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what the next pick was and how they're going to respond to it. I think it does look like Vikings are trying to change things in order to adjust for the play style that they're going up against.
Yeah, everybody's favorite spot on the casting deck is the edge of our seat, and man, have they brought us to it here.
Absolutely. You know, we haven't really seen a whole lot of, there was the one in Suburbia, but oddly enough, kind of going back to the pre-show, there's not a ton of caps or even cap attempts that we're seeing here. I mean, even you kind of go up to the upstairs of Center House that was happening in map 1. We really haven't seen a lot of cap attempts. It's been mostly points by kill.
Yeah, I think the middle house was the best opportunity for one. I don't think there was another point where anybody got on objective in order to challenge a cap like that we've seen yet.
100%. Well,
and they are really thinking about this map choice.
They are, but what do you think? So, if we go into a third map, do you change it up in the third map and focus on a cap maybe in the third map, given that we haven't seen a lot of that yet? Do you kind of change it up? Do you go for that cap? Because a cap, I think, sweeps. Not only does it sweep up, the full 10 kills there that you kind of got, put 2 points on the board, but the momentum swing that it could cause would be ginormous.
And we talk up the cap so much, but you got to think, in the first half, we saw Peacekeepers cap on Raptors and bring them up those 2 points. And Raptors made a swift comeback and still took the map. So you got to wonder, with the value that it brings, you have to be ready to back it up. And it's really a matter of, can Vikings hold that up? Do they go for those caps? Or do they continue this momentum of the kills and play it a little bit safer, yet a little bit slower? But we don't have to stall too much longer, as the third and deciding map has been decided here. We're going into Snow Peak.
I'm really excited about this for a couple of reasons. Both the teams have a number of rounds here on Snow Peak. It's just like, I'd see here, I'll look up the stats here real quick. So we've got, for beginners, they've played 29 rounds, and then we have 45 rounds on the Vikings side. Both teams have an incredible amount of experience on this. It was out last season. It's back again. There's a couple of objectives that can be polar opposites. You can be inside a house, or our first one's going to be out there within the hangars and the helicopters. I could not be more excited for this matchup to happen here on this, and I think it makes a long-range map that is still slightly chaotic. It just, I mean, if you have to have a map 3, I think this is the place to have it, and it's going to be a fantastic gameplay. I'm so excited.
I think this was an interesting choice because, similar to Quarantine, but even more so, I think this is such a coin toss map on what you're gonna get. Close quarters, medium range, long range. It is just such a flip of the coin. It's interesting that you would risk the stakes on such a coin toss, but maybe beginners are comfortable in all of those environments on this map, and they're confident on it.
I mean, they must have been, or, I mean, you think at this point, we haven't seen Vikings answer the methodical gameplay well in this series yet. And this highlights, for a lot of the objectives, it highlights that. So maybe from beginners.
Got that 3-1-1 push here. Almost a 4-1. It looks like it's going to turn into a 4-1. And it's almost a firing squad looking for these early lines.
We do have Shadow Warrior here watching the initial cross that's going to happen between two of these big mountains. And he might get a chance to see Stray Jack. I don't know if he saw him. He may have backed off just enough to where he didn't see him, and I don't see a call out coming. So Stray Jack got to go ahead and cross freely. Pause may assume that line is safe.
Going to as well. Oh, wow. 2 just making it across. A Shadow Warrior flips his attention elsewhere.
That might pay back later, though. Considering they were watching that angle as they were crossing, they may consider that angle somewhat safe. And pause checking back. So they may cross through the open behind these boxes here as they think it's a free cross, and that may come back.
Free fire coming out here around the tower. I think that's more just not really a scare tactic, but just to kind of grab attention and, you know, make Vikings aware that stuff is happening.
West corner by the
Agreed, and they'll cause perhaps rotations as well as they may hear them. So they're right now calling out, trying to figure out where they are as Icy Woods, and it looked like it was probably Pause that were doing those pre-fire shots. It may have been Killinger as well. It was just there to create chaos, it seems, not that they saw anything in particular.
This beginner's just taking their time. The classic beginners all they are doing is waiting for the defense to get a little bit antsy. And you hear Icy Woods, Pause, and Killinger constantly talking to each other. They have identified Shadow Warrior. They have called him out. Even if they haven't necessarily taken shots, that is information to work off of.
And we did have Strayajack on the other side, almost pick up everybody across the lake, but just got a call out. May have even thought that he downed somebody, but he did not. It may not have even connected. So we're going to still stay here with Shadow Warrior, who's going to be taking on, it's Icy Woods. He's really far away, to see if we can generate something there. Strayajack back up.
I think it's going to be a matter of how long can Shadow Warrior stall.
I think time is definitely on their side at this point, and they're all tucked in pretty tight. Thwin, I think is the only person that really is threatened by Strayajack's position out here as well. Rotating around to Killinger here. They're still hunting for Shadow Warrior. He's effectively taken on 3 of the minutes here in our 6-minute round. Pause watching up over the top, trying to hunt him down. Shadow Warrior just staying tucked in, just playing for time here as we're going into the 2.5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a very last minute, very fast beginner's push that they're going to have to do. But that's beginner's game. That's what they do. That is what they're known for. The M203 doesn't quite find any mark. So I don't think beginners are really feeling that uncomfortable about using up all this time.
Not at all. I mean, they work within the last 30 seconds to a minute normally. I agree. That's a good throw. That's
grenade.
A really great. Oh, and it came up just shy, but it was on track to be threatening. Sigh of relief has to be coming out from Shadow Warrior because that was close.
Another one.
That's out to the side.
Just a little bit out of range of the radius that a grenade can go before it explodes.
We need to eat that famous cereal here that we're not sponsored by, and so they can throw faster and farther. That's we're moving here into the 1.5-minute mark. 5 and 5 up. No, yeah, not even a down at this point. I'm not sure that there may have been an injury, but I don't even know that there was. Icy Woods is going to finally push up here through the middle up onto Shadow Warrior here. Ron does pick up Pause. Shadow Warrior taking his final peek.
Shut down the pinch attempt. And Shadow Warrior with that nice peek. Killinger can't quite get the refrag, and Strayajack finds Embo on the other side, and the pinch is coming out here. While weak still possible, Shadow picks up Killinger, gonna completely shut down the south approach into a 2v4, now coming in from the northwest.
And 45 seconds left. They're gonna have to push up, and this is not gonna work out well. 1 remaining for beginners here in this opening round. Shadow Warrior, I think, is to credit for the delay happening there and push us forward. Straya could come on. And it's going to come out to a trade here. Putting Vikings on the board. Map 3, 1-1. Beginners Vikings, round 2 of the semifinals here for a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, everything's on the line here at this point.
100%, and or at least the attempt at everything on the line. In taking a look at that, as you kind of alluded to, Shadow Warrior, all of that stalling that he did, all of the eyes and resources and time spent looking for him, and all those grenades, committed to him. Again, even though beginners are used to playing on the end of that time, I think they didn't check enough other angles, so their final push wasn't informed enough. Again, beginners always on the information gathering, so when their final push comes in, they have a clear understanding of what they're getting into. I think that was an example of them not having a clear understanding.
100%, and it's just some unfortunate. I mean, it was the whole pin there, right? And they tried to gather. They spent, we'll say 5 minutes trying to gather that information and shut that down. And just Shadow Warrior just doing his best back there behind that box and just holding a whole offensive push back solo. And hats off to him. It was a fantastic job holding that corner.
And now as we...
So some of our prizes that we have available here to us, I mean, just look at the list here. $14,000 in USD here, just in prize pool alone, along with a number of our different sponsors providing pieces into that pool as well. I mean, everything's on the line here as we're going into this final map. Moving here into beginners to come back and answer for what was just done and have their defensive day here in the Snow Peak on the first objective.
Yeah, this being beginner's pick, they have to win a Marsoc round at some point, and losing that first one, I mean, they've been in positions like this hundreds and hundreds of times. This isn't going to phase them too much, but on the same token, it is a little bit more pressure on them to try and fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an answer that has to be given out here by beginners, and I think their experience, their time in the saddle, they should absolutely feel comfortable doing it.
One thing we're seeing here, and we see a lot of, as you kind of mentioned, this defensive smoke, so beginners can get into their various positions. I don't see a lot of teams use smoke as much as beginners do. That just shows the level of map knowledge that they have, the understanding that, well, we could get caught crossing here, so might as well use a smoke. But it also gives the offense a little bit of information. Oh, there's some smoke here. They probably crossed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Or they're nearby that smoke. Throwing a smoke out onto your half of the field, especially in a big map such as Snow Peak, just denotes that you probably are somewhere around that smoke as well, and you figured that was a critical point that you needed.
This pause cross into this crater, I don't think I've ever seen this position used defensively on this objective. And I wonder how much that's going to throw off Vikings here if he peeks over. He's also using a suppressor that's going to negate the muzzle flash, and it's going to make the volume of the gun lowered and distorted a bit. So it's going to be hard to identify exactly where he is, even though it is a black on snow uniform. That suppressor is going to help a lot, and I got to wonder if that was his intent.
I don't know that the black on the snow is as important here in this particular case. Behind him is a gray wall.
That mountain is
yeah.
through.
So it won't stand out quite as obvious as if like Shadow Warrior stood out a lot in the last round because there's only snow behind him. There's definitely we'll say a complementary color sitting behind him here, but we are seeing, it looks like Thrawn's going to take out that far line out there and kind of move around. But I don't think he'll be able to cross the lake for free. I think Killinger is definitely going to shut that down if he decides to step out.
Yeah, Killinger with this crazy tight angle over that slope. Looking for it. He is denying the high ground of the tower, as well as gaining information on any lake movement.
And then if something does blow up there on the, we'll say the southernmost side, similar to what we had as Shadow Warrior last round, he would be there to rotate and support that as well, without giving up the lake in turn.
The nut job making the all too common approach here up the south side of the lake. We're going to see how close he gets before Strayjack or Paz peeks over. I suspect not too much further. Lined up waiting for Strayjack, as well as those common Hesco boxes. But it's going to come down to whether they peek at the same time. Nutjob taking shots on the Strayjack, can't quite find their mark. Paz also looking for the shots, manages to find them. And now Noctum is in a tough situation.
One by the north hangars.
He did get the call out probably on locations and then also where the comrade died there. Nutjob went down. Shadow Warrior taking shots onto Paz, forcing him to tuck back down behind. As you can see, the lasers coming right up over the top of his head. He's going to peek his head up over the top, trying to pick it up again.
Ooh. Trade, Embo and Smoils. Only a down for beginners, though.
Beginners showing real strength here within their defense, sitting at 4.5 up to the Vikings 3. A strong answer back to the first round. 1 minute and 44 seconds left to go here.
Something to note, Killinger was forced off of his position, allowing Thrywin to get up top here. If Thrywin has a good enough eye, he could catch a moving Killinger up on those Hesco boxes.
It's a long shot, and I don't think anybody that I saw had a scope on the Vikings side at all, and that would be just through a normal, red dot or a hollow, and that's a long shot.
And Killinger might catch a knee on the stairwell of Thrywin. Oh, it's going to be close as Noctum and Shadow Warrior now moving up on the lake, going to try their luck. Thrywin manages to get down into the last 60 seconds of the match. Pause, and Noctum managed to trade. Killinger picks up the confirm. Shadow Warrior goes for the refrag, and another trade down to just Thrywin trying to get across this lake. 45 seconds left in the round.
They're going to get the revive here. We got a 1.5 versus 2. Really, Smoils is in a great position to give information safely.
Oh, Icy Woods gets picked up. 1v2, 1.5 v2.
Their timers just went off. They know there's 30 seconds. They've got to move. Big flash comes out over the top here, and they're going to have to move in. There's no time to res. 15 seconds left. Thrywin
Killinger has the cut here. Oh, but he misses Thrywin, and he's on objective. But he's not going for the cap. He's going for the kill. 5 seconds. Killinger's just going to hide. That's all he has to do.
As he should, and they know that.
100%.
What a tip that happened there at the end. Just crazy. I think what an answer back from beginners for that defensive round. I think that's exactly what I would expect to see from a seasoned veteran team coming back on a 1-1, and bringing that back to a 1-1. What a response from beginners. And then at the end, the composure. You have, however many people watching from all over the world, and there's 15 seconds or 8 seconds left, and you have the confidence to say, you know what, I'm just going to hide here. I know they can't cap in this time. You don't need to be the hero in that scenario, but by extension, Killinger becomes the hero by not challenging. If Killinger had gone down in that scenario or something of that nature, that was a win. That was a 2-0 Vikings. But instead, he tucked behind. It solidified the W there for him and brought it back to a tie for a 1-1. Such great awareness of just what's happening.
And that was risky, too, because Killinger watched him cross into a cappable location and just basically hoped he wouldn't go for the cap and instead would focus on the kill with 15 seconds left. But for a fast capper, if they had decided to pull tablet out, that could have been a cap. So it was a very calculated risk.
I don't think he was blind, actually. So Smalley's was, I'm sorry, I'm butchering his name everywhere, but he was down and had vision of the entire objective there too. He likely told him that he wasn't capping and he was looking for him. So it may have lended itself in that scenario too, but being aware of and being confident in your team's callouts, I mean, it was huge. Because you're right. Yeah, it wasn't that far from a cap.
Now we are changing objectives here in the 1-1 tie. Now into a shack objective. One of the hardest objectives to defend. Icy Woods with a very long angle trying to find one. Doesn't quite connect, though. I think it was just a pre-fire for anybody crossing. I think Noctum's position is going to play a key role here, though, behind these sandbags. If he stays low for long enough and doesn't get poked off, this could be a very ambushy position.
Could be. It's hard, though. There's no way out of that for Noctum. If he gets identified at any point, he's in some trouble really quick because you can't get anywhere for cover. You're completely exposed.
Yeah, and I'm looking at all these Vikings, and they are just across the map from each other. There's only Nut Job on objective with Thrywin in a position to rotate onto it, but everybody is almost playing an individual location. Nobody is watching each other's back. This is a very individual defense, and I don't know how well it's going to play in their favor.
I mean, I don't think historically beginners run solo as a whole. I think that this will likely cause a domino effect really quickly.
It could just be off meta enough to throw off the expectations of beginners, though. We're gonna have to wait and see. Icy Woods poking out of the tunnels, just looking for any sort of, again, information that they can work off of in the final moments of the round. If he rotates around properly and quietly, he could find the back of Shadow Warrior, which is going to open up a lot of opportunity. But Shadow Warrior's keeping his eye through the cracks here on the boxes. And now we're moving on to Killinger and Pause down in the south, actually backed up by Smoils. This is, I think, going to be the key efforts in the final assault here.
I think they're still hunting. I think nobody on either side has a clue where the other is quite yet. I think that they have suspicions, but I think we're doing the search and check. I mean, we're halfway through the round now. You've got one-on-one. It's 1-1, final map in the series here, and they're just moving on through and doing their due diligence to move forward. We'll see contact here soon, but they're just scanning and checking.
Icy Woods right next to Shadow Warrior here. They're about to engage. Icy Woods pushing right up on him, but Shadow Warrior manages to come out on top of that. Killinger and Pause making their push with the flashbang right onto Thrywin. Thrywin looking for the shots. Doesn't quite connect and gets picked up by Pause. A missed opportunity there, bringing this to a 4-4.
I think that's huge. That opens up the entire south side. However, they've also shut down the east tunnel approach, so they can be focused that direction now and move that direction. And really, you kind of think back a tunnel, and the only thing is that Embo and Shadow Warrior are so far away from Nutjob, who's on defense and is the last line between the objective.
Oh,
team kill. Shadow.
A payback team kill from Embo onto Shadow Warrior.
I think that's the third team kill we've seen this series. Just unfortunate, and I think that's that may be a critical one, but it doesn't put them out too far. I mean, we still 4 attackers from beginners, 3 defenders from the Viking side. They need to kind of just move and focus in on objective here at this point, and I think it could still play out all right for them, though they have a hill to climb now.
That further reinforces the earlier point, the individual playstyle that Vikings is pulling out. Not sure where the rest of their team is at leading into these team kills. Pause going to get picked up from the side by Embo in a nice rotation. Going to even things up into the 3-3.
You know what, Embo? You've paid it back. You're good now. It's 3-3. That's it was an unfortunate timing for that, as you know, he kind of peeked around the corner just as Pause is looking the other way. May see Killinger come back up and have a look at it. Embo gonna pull up a second. Wow.
Oh man, that gives Vikings the numbers advantage here. They're kind of off meta positions playing in their favor, with beginners not quite having the information they wanted going into the final seconds of the round.
Good job, Stray Jack.
-1.
Good push out and trade. Beginners are crashing towards objective and moving forward. It's still a dangerous game. He could pick, ooh, as I say that, bring it in, and Vikings collect their Volk win, bringing them 2-1. And the beginners get a chance now to answer it yet again.
You know, if I were a superstitious man, I would start saying, okay, so every defense, we're going to team kill one person now. So because at both times that we've done it, we've won the defense. So why change what works, right?
I totally, you know, it's a very a superstitious approach, but I support it. I think, why not? It is.
Well, of course the Panda would support it.
Of course, you got a team kill. But Imbo really came back. I mean, it's one of those things. It's to his credit, when you do team kill someone, it can shake you a little bit because it's like, crap. Not only am I being casted, everybody watched it happen. Now we're down a player, and he didn't. He shook it off. He found his angle. He went on to take on 2 more there. His Paz and Killinger there, which really solidified shutting down that opposing line. So, to his credit, shook it off and moved on forward. And I think you're in the masterclass here. Both teams are showing just signs of amazing composure under pressure. And it's been what a series to watch as we're climbing on forward here at a 2-1. Vikings up by 1 at this point. It's I thought for sure there at the tail end though, Smoils might have gotten into a position to cap. I mean, if he'd taken on Nutjob there and moved into the hut, I mean, that's digging them out of there is like center house in Suburbia.
A little bit different though, as the entire shack is penetrable, so some lucky pre-fire can shut that down.
That's fair.
Move into the next round.
Yeah, that's completely fair. What are we gonna see here? What do you think? Any predictions?
Center push. I think we're gonna see less flanky. I think we're gonna see more up the center from Vikings. As far as beginners, I definitely see a much more conservative approach, as we see they're taking early lines to try and catch what could be this lake cross. However, I think we're gonna see after about 60 seconds, we're gonna see a pushback.
Absolutely. Watch knocked him here, though it looks like Paz was able to pick up Thrawn.
That's a very key pickup. Thrywan being a very key player in the Vikings offense.
South edge section.
And now going to give them an early numbers advantage. Still holding, making sure nobody else is going to try and reinforce that position. He gets the call out.
It's part of that smoke advantage that you can get, and just unfortunate crossed out there. And Woods just has been keeping an eye on long lines as well. I mean, it's just been the name of the game across all 3 maps is the lines and where they sit and what they do. Has been the reason that we are here now at map 3 and why both these teams are in the master class here.
You see a bit of staging up here in the tunnels between Shadow Warrior and Nutjob, just waiting for them to be in better positions in order to sync up. And I think we're going to see an attempt at a shot onto Icy Woods here. Once they get this tunnel cleared out. So it looks like the casters have been thrown off as we're seeing what could be a south approach if they continue their push down the tunnels. Or they might poke out and go out the center. I see Woods just waiting for an attempt like that.
The long angles in this map are incredible. And the contrast, I think, just of individuals to the icy snow makes this map just so very fun, and so much experience between these 2 teams on this map.
No, if this happens just right, if Noctum peeks out as somebody peeks out in tunnel and they poke out at the same time, that's a wide angle for Icy Woods to shoot. So he could catch one, but that lends itself to a good refrac.
It does.
The timing just has to be there.
And he's watching, and Noctum is watching his tablet as we see Shadow Warrior and Nutjob here getting into position, and likely plans to do almost that and move across, because that is a common spot to be in the middle of those sandbags, and you do kind of need to have a double peek onto them, or at least an understanding of where they might be sitting on them.
I'll go from the garage.
Okay, mate.
We know beginners is comfortable with using up this much time. I wonder how comfortable Vikings is going to be on a big map like this, eating away at their time to sneak around these tunnels.
don't know. The comms sound calm. You know, the couple of comms that we've caught at this point, the lasers seem steady. I think they're all right with it, but they are moving a lot left to right and peaking quite a bit. They may not be as comfortable, and it may be something that they're trying to move and maybe force things into play.
Job going for the peak. Can't quite make it out. This is going to be tough. I see Woods is going to play the key role here, I think, along with Smoils to defend off against Embo and Shadow Warrior down in the south.
He did just call out the time, so they know the time. I thought Nutjob might have seen Woods. So he checked his tablet, and Woods picks up Nutjob. What a great shot, just as he peeked around that corner and nabbed him right on top of the head.
Knocked him just a little too far out, not there for the quick reaction, and now we have a south approach along with a center approach to keep an eye on. Embo and Shadow Warrior gonna have to deal with Smoils, but Embo gets picked up by the Smoils. And Shadow Warrior a little too far back to help out in the refrag, and I see Woods catches Noctum sneaking around the center, and it is now down to 1 Viking against the 5 beginner team.
Beginners had a commanding defense so far on these here. But
close. Grenade doesn't quite find its action. Smoils gets the call out.
That's gonna be a flash.
Oh,
it may not have gotten him,
but a nice rotation nonetheless.
I'm surprised Straya Jack did not look up during that exchange. I mean, it would have been a coverage there from on top, but Shadow Warrior is going to push forward. Straya Jack should hear him right underneath. Starting to look around. Shots going up through the bottom. It looks like there was one contact and a splash of blood here that did cause an injury, but not enough to bring him down. They're going to start to rotate back around. Shots are going to go back out onto Killinger, who's inside the shack. Straya Jack going to shut it all down. 2-2. Beginners answer the call. Now, I'm having a thought here. We do have a problem. Well, let me rephrase. Beginners has a problem that they have to deal with. If they continue to trade Volk rounds back and forth, Vikings carry this away with a W. We have to see a Marsoc win here from Beginners.
Yes, this being Beginner's map pick, again, the pressure is on them. They're good under pressure, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They have to answer with a Marsoc round.
100%. And I think we are going to see a different style of objective here coming up next, as we're kind of moving our ways indoors here through the complex tunnel system, coming out to the center tunnel objective. And so we're going to see a different kind of gameplay. There are large lines to hold in this, but it does become a much more close quarter combat system here. And with the number of tunnels that exist, it'd be interesting to see how these two teams react. And they have to have played it given the number of rounds they've spent in here. What do you think we're going to see different coming as a beginner's offensive here into this third map in the series?
Well, like we saw in Suburbia, once we moved from outside to in, it became Marsoc heavy. And I'm wondering if that's what we're going to see here again. With Vikings playing so pushed out, I suspect they're going to be in some weird positions out in the tunnels. And it's going to be a matter of, will they trade in 2-to-1s? Will they trade at all? Or will they get picked off one at a time?
I don't know. I'm excited to see how this round plays out as we're going to come into it here. 2-2. Beginners Vikings. Map 3 of the series for the Kipper to take us into the finals. The comms that we get to hear, they sound in high spirits. They're ready to go. Vikings are ready to throw down and be in there with the best of them. Beginners are moving in, and they're going to move into their attacking spots. It looks like we might have an early contact here.
Oh, wow. Very early on. Quick aggression. Beginners are wasting no time taking this tunnel, and I don't think Vikings were ready for that. They definitely expected to have a lot more time to get set up and prepared, and this could be the Marsoc round that Beginners need.
They did just take the man advantage here. So we got 3 beginners up on attacking, 2 Vikings on defense. Although in fairness, in this objective, 2 is enough. It's not, the objective's not open. Icy Woods though, 1 is not enough here. Could we see a cap?
That is the real danger here, to take this map from 2 to 4, but beginners go for the kill and get their commanding Marsoc round. I think that's the fastest round that we have seen so far.
Easily. I mean, that was over in what, like a minute and a half, maybe less. We had the first contact happening within 30 seconds. What a throw from beginners to say, I'm going to play slow, 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 I'm going to play slow. Surprise, I'm here. And come on in there. Oh, and you can't, like, they spent 3 maps establishing that trend. Like, great play from beginners to come across.
And that's the danger from beginners. You never know when they're going to throw something crazy at you. Just when you think you have them figured out, you don't at all.
100%, absolutely. And it's just, and really, I mean, you had, who was it that was up on top? I think it was, you had full view of the objective. It was a great play. And it was with such purpose, and they were looking right across. They had each line's covered. It's going to be a fun one for Vikings to answer back to, and see, maybe we can see a Vikings win. We carry this out to 3-3, although it could be a cap, and at which point that makes it game 2. So either team could literally win it at this point and take it all home to carry them into the finals.
We have a mirrored quick spawn. Does Vikings play the same way?
You'd think that they have to expect it. And they're going to send 3 here up the middle.
This is a problem.
We are going to see a little bit of a push out, but they're going to definitely beat them to those corners there. Pre-firing around the corner coming there from Paz. Icy Woods is going to pick up Shadow Warrior through the boxes. Also picks up Nut Job there.
Oh, and Embo finally finishes it out.
Restart of last round.
We're into a 3v4, and Thrywin's on the other side of the map going for a flank. But the rest of his team is already engaging.
C4
not
comes
what you
out.
want to hear. Oh, but Embo with the pistol.
On me.
Gun broke. He picks up an enemy weapon, but Killinger catches him on a rotation out of that into a 2v3 now.
What a critical pickup for Killinger there. That very well could have ended up being a 3-on-3 and swung it, but we just crossed over the 1 minute mark into this round. And we've already had just more action in the last 2 minutes of gameplay. I feel like that we've had, as a condensed action we've had in some time here. Smoils going around, does pick up Noctum.
It's just into the 1v3. Thrywin for the attempt at all the marbles in the semis to keep them in.
I think he has some work in front of him. However, we go back to Suburbia. He has done and put in work before in the past, even in this series alone. So it is entirely possible he could push in, and with all the angles that we have to hold on this, he is still a threat.
Interesting, a shift to night vision as he puts on the goggles going into these tunnels.
When he comes in, really the only person he has to worry about inside those tunnels as an initial will be Killinger. And where everyone is positioned at the moment, this very well could end up being a 1v1, 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 unless some movement happens. Be
if Killinger loses out on this fight, what I suspect, Smoils turns around, Stray Jack quickly runs around the corner, and I think it'll be a 1v2, depending on how quickly Thrywin's able to deal with Smoils.
Correct.
But he's going to need utility to clear Killinger.
Do you think he says Smoils first? Oh, Killinger throws a flash up, and that's it! That's it!
Fuck yes.
And we get a celebration out of Killinger there as they come away. 4v2, or it's a four beginners, 2 the Vikings to go away, clutch the series. That's it.
Wow, what was almost an upset to knock out Beginners from for the first time ever, I believe, in a finals, almost happening. But Beginners managed to hold strong and catch out Vikings.
Just
wow.
The utility usage today from Killinger that we saw was 100. It was, yeah. I mean, he had how many flash kills throughout the series? And it happened over and over and over again. It wasn't like an unlucky one in one position, all the rest of it. What a play. What a show from Beginners to come back around and pull that back out for the Marsoc win in that previous round and just flip the deck on its head. Great plays all the way across the board.
For the whole day. What a day. What rounds, matches for Raptors, Peacekeepers, Vikings, and Beginners. And now that puts in the matchups for tomorrow. We're going to see the finals coming out between Beginners and Raptors, and then third place bronze match between Vikings and Peacekeepers. We hope to see everybody out there tuning in and seeing the action to close off season 12 and to give out the biggest prize pool that we've given out so far. Thank you, everyone who has shown up here, and thank you to the sponsors for making this possible. Yeah. I have been the Sky Joker.
Oh, it's a good time to shout out to the sponsors: B-Haptics, ProTube VR, Rebuff Reality, HyperX, VR Cover, Cyber Shoes, VRware, VRML, and Downpour Interactive, an official sponsor for this season, coming together to offer up what is a significant prize pool. We've talked about it, but I just wanted to jump in and give a final shout out to all of our sponsors that are coming together to support the league. It is a awesome effort from them, and we really do appreciate all of their support. Without them, we wouldn't have the production that we do today. So big shout out to all of those sponsors that come in and help support the league. But yes, Sky, sorry for interrupting your sign off. Take us away for the end of a long day.
Yeah, a long day it has been, and it's going to lead up to what I hope is a long day tomorrow to keep us on the edge of our seats.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And a big thanks to all our viewers as well. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, so I guess with that, I'll take it out. Thank you all for popping in. My name's been Nightfire on the cams, Sky Joker, and Kesney on the cast. We'll see you all tomorrow for more action. Be sure to tune in then. Until next time, stay classy.